Hello and welcome to this, our 247th live stream. Hamburger today for a Scarab tomorrow. This is, in many ways, a three-way homage, okay? First, we did a video on Scarabs for our Monday teaching video, so if you haven't watched that, go and take a look at that after the live stream. Second, it's a reference to the Popeye character Wimpy, who was this kind of bum who kind of freeloaded hamburgers off of people. He's also a product placement. But it's also a needle against Answers in Genesis, who said scarabs were currency. They weren't. You could not buy a hamburger or anything else with a scarab back in ancient Egypt. So that's my little needle of them. Okay, our only sort of product placement tonight for us is going to be All the Stars as Angels. If you haven't read this book yet, it is the second in the War of the Gods series. It's going to heighten the tension of the entire series. And the third book, which is, I believe, let me see here if I got it. Do I have it on here? Yes, Lord of Steel and Sky has been put on pre-order and will be coming out in July 15th. For those of you who have already done your pre-orders, thank you very much for supporting our launch here. We really, really appreciate it. It lets Amazon know that we are going to, that there's demand for our books and they'll keep them in stock for their overnight shipping. And that's really important. So thank you so very much. Okay, next here, go through the rules of the channel here, if I can find them. Of course, I probably lost them, because that's what I tend to do. Okay. Channel rules. Super Chats have priority. No surprise there. We do take non-Super Chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of them, so that we can see them. If we don't see that Q and colon, it might as well not exist. The second thing is that only post non-Super Chat questions once. If you post them more than once, we'll consider that question spamming, and we'll disqualify your question for the night. No exceptions on this. We're being really hard on that because a lot of people have been trying to take advantage of that situation. Okay? So no question spamming, period. If it's something from the Bible, we ask that you give us a little context. So we're going to need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. You can't just say, oh, it's somewhere in the Bible and have us hunt for it. That wastes our time. Yeah, and please get that verse right. If you don't get that verse right, we're just going to say, can't answer it, and move on. We also allow people to sponsor Super Chats, but we ask that you copy the question that you're sponsoring in your Super Chat so that we don't have to hunt for it. Again, it saves us time. And then finally, one question per chat. Question stacking isn't fair to anybody, and we'll just take one of those questions out of, say, the 10 you stacked in there. Okay? So, with that said, thank you for joining us tonight, and those are the rules, and we're going to get right to the questions. Ryan Cohen asks, how much do you need to change the question before it's considered another question? Oh, you would have to change it a lot. If I recognize it as the same question, it's too close. Okay? So, Smiley Bonbon, stacking 10 questions in a single Super Chat is just impressive. And that's what killed it. If somebody actually did that. And he did it in like a $2 Super Chat, which is even more impressive. What about 3 questions in a trench coat? No, we're not gonna play those games. Anything in a trench coat's got to be dodgy. Okay, let's move on here. John Bullerman. All the Stars as Angels is great. That's my 2 scarabs. It's probably worth more than 2 cents anyway, so hey. I'll take that. All right, let's move on to the questions here. Our first question of the night here, which is not actually the first anymore, is from Iron King. Iron Knight. What exactly is happening in Deuteronomy 22, 28 to 29 with the female victim? Was it based off of clan justice? Also, pray for me. My back is in pain due to pulling muscles. Okay, well, we'll pray for you. And if you're not part of our Discord server, we ask that you become part of that community and put your prayer request on the prayer requests there so everyone can pray for it too. But let's take your question here, because it's a serious one. It's one that's often asked. Now, the problem with this question is it's usually asked out of context. Context is a huge deal for this question. People just go with 28 to 29 and say, see, here's a woman that has been sexually assaulted, and she now has to marry the man. Okay? That's not what's going on here, because that is covered by 25 to 26. So you have to, 27. So you have to take 28 to 29 in the context of the passage. You can't just cherry pick it. You can't just cherry pick a proof text out of its context. Yeah, Graham Andrew Graham says context, context, context. So let's read the passage in its context, and then we can answer the question. So, starting at Deuteronomy 22, verse 25. But if in the field the man finds a girl who is engaged, and the man forces her, okay, that's a key point, forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lies with her shall die. Okay? There's your rape, your sexual assault crime right there. And then the punishment. Verse 26. But you shall do nothing to the girl. There is no sin in the girl worthy of death. For just as a man rises against his neighbor and murders him, so is this case. When he found her in the field, the engaged girl cried out, but there was no one to save her. So if there's no witnesses, it's her word presumed to be true. Okay, so it's presumed she is telling the truth here. So it's her word against his, but her word carries more weight. So that's the context leading up to 28 to 29. There's already a remedy in here for SA in the most grievous case. Okay? Now, verse 28. If a man finds a girl who is a virgin, who is not engaged, seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered. That's the key line here. They are discovered. There's people all around. This is happening in the sight of people. She doesn't cry out, even though there's people around. Okay? So, in the first case, you have SA with the implication of adultery going on because she's engaged. Now, this is a woman who, the next one, is not engaged. But there's people around, and she doesn't cry out because it's assumed at that point to be consensual. They are discovered in the act. Verse 29. Then the man who lay with her shall give the girl's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall become his wife because he's violated her. This is because he hasn't done the proper method of engagement. They had a fling in the field. And he cannot divorce her all his days. So, second case, witnesses. Witnesses. People all around. If she was SA'd, she could call. She doesn't. Okay? And it's not like they wouldn't see people in that area. It's not like seclusion here. So yeah, that's so that's the difference. In the first case, it's the remedy to SA. And the writer here is very, very clear that he puts the remedy of SA first. So you know in the second case it's not SA. Okay? So there's a difference here. The second one's consensual, the first one isn't.
And because the man has shown his character that he's dishonorable, he's not married.
Yeah, I mean,
he's forced to marry her and he cannot divorce.
Yeah, and because he's, as Mrs. Producer has just said, because he has showed himself to be dishonorable, he cannot avoid marrying the woman. So, oh yeah, all the time he lies about this, but but that's his cherry picking. That's what he does. Is he cherry picks context.
And Bon wants.
Smiley Bonbon asks, how much is 50 shekels in those days again? Enough to buy a slave. More than enough to buy a slave. Yeah. Yeah, you could buy a slave back then for that. It was a lot of money. A lot of money. Smiley Bonbon. It's okay. Okay. Franco and Cap wants to know what the shekel scarab conversion is. You could get a lot of scarabs for a shekel. A lot. They were cheap. Really cheap. Okay. Let's then go on to the next question here. So that's what's going on in Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29. It's talking about a consensual encounter near people. Okay? Because they're caught. They're witnessed and caught in the act. Darkblade, victims don't always cry out or make a clamor. That's true. Sometimes they fawn or comply, perceiving that to be safest. Sometimes they freeze. Yes. Here's the problem with that, though. If you're in a midst of people, that's not very likely to happen. That usually happens when there is seclusion. Okay? There's no intimation in this passage of seclusion. In fact, it's the opposite. The passage intimates that there is people around. Because they're discovered in the act.
And the girl would know that.
And the girl would know that, yes.
The girl would know the minute she cried out, people would come and rescue her.
Yeah.
And the man would face his punishment.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
without all the details, it's a clear case between one was without consent, one was with consent.
Yeah. It's basically a clear difference here that one is with consent, one is without. But you have to read it in its context to figure that out. Okay. Okay, next question here is from 501 Mobius. And he asks, If the mines at Scarab el Qadim were only in use a few months a year, why were the mines at Timna and Fayoum open all year round? Temperature. The mines at Scarab el Qadim can reach the 50 degrees Celsius. That's like 117, 120 Fahrenheit. It is horribly hot. So the problem with mining at Scarab el Qadim is that in the summer it's just insufferable. Okay. Now, here's the problem with how the Egyptians dug at Scarab el Qadim. They knew this. Okay. They knew that the weather at Scarab el Qadim was worse in the summer than the winter. The problem was the Egyptian calendar rotated, and they never changed the season. So there were people who were doing their few months at Scarab el Qadim in the height of summer. Okay? Because the Egyptians didn't change their calendar to accommodate the weather.
Little leap year.
Yeah, they didn't have that little intercalation to make things comfortable. So we have this one text talking about a guy who has to go to Scarab el Qadim, and he complains that he's having to go in the heat of winter. Where I just saw it here. Ryan Cohencap, did the Egyptians have a 360-day year? No, they had a 365-day year. But that quarter day adds up. It adds up fast. 1,000 years later, you've done 3/4 of the rotation already. Yeah, it's 365, but not 365 and a quarter. So that quarter day just caught up with them. Leap years are important. Just remember that. They matter. How many people died? Probably a lot. Especially during the New Kingdom, when in the middle of that rotation, it's just would have been unbearably hot. Yeah, that's a 6-month shift in 730 years. That's about right. Not precisely, because it isn't exactly 300 a quarter day. It's slightly less, but close enough. It's close enough. That from the Middle Kingdom, where they were going in the winter, the climate winter, versus the New Kingdom, where they were going in the climate summer, yeah, it mattered. Mattered a lot. Smiley Bonbon, poor Egyptians. Yeah, and poor Semitic workers. A lot of them were Semites. A lot of them were Semitic workers. So, yeah, it was not good. It was not good. Not fun. So, that's probably one of the reasons, too, why there was more mining operations at Scarab el Qadim during the Middle Kingdom than the New Kingdom. Was because when they were sending people out there, they just couldn't work. It was just too dang hot. All right. Next question. But that's the reason why. It was a climate thing. That's why they only worked a few months at Scarab el Qadim versus Timna or Fayoum. Next one. It's from 501 Mobius. Did Pharaoh Merneptah have a firstborn son, and when did he die? He died around... His firstborn son was Seti was named Seti Merneptah. Or Seti Merneptah. He became Seti the Second. Merneptah's firstborn son did not predecease him. We have lots of evidence that Seti Merenptah took the throne, was the crown prince pretty much from the beginning of Merneptah's reign, and now his claim to the throne was contested, even though Seti II was the firstborn son of the Great Queen. What was it now? I think it was Amon-Meses. My memory serves me right here. Yeah, Amon-Meses tried, one of the Merneptah's other sons tried to take the throne and actually succeeded dethroning Seti II for a while, but ultimately Seti II came back and ousted his usurper. So yeah, Merneptah had a firstborn son. He lived through his father's reign and took the throne as Seti II. So there was no none of Merneptah's sons predeceased him, as far as we can tell. He had a second son too, also named Merneptah. That was a younger son from the Great Queen. So. Smiley Bonbon asks, how do usurpers collect military guys to defect to them and help capture the throne? Oh, easily. What kings often did with sons that weren't going to inherit the throne was they shoved them off into other occupations. Some of them joined the military. This is what happened to Merneptah. Merneptah had no sights on the throne. He was 13th in line. So Ramses II put him in the military. Merneptah thrived in the military. He became a general in the military. Well, Merneptah's son, Amon-Meses, was also stuck in the military. And that's where he sort of got the support to try to overthrow Seti II. So that happens from time to time. It's usually not successful, though. It's one of the things about attempts to overthrow the king in Egypt is it usually didn't go well. There were a couple times when it happened, but it usually ended up really, really poorly for the guy who usurped. This is kind of unlike Mesopotamia, where if you overthrew the king and you were successful in the first 30 minutes, you became king. No. In Egypt, you could try to overthrow the current king, and if he survived or his crown prince survived longer than 30 minutes, your chances of keeping that throne were really small. Really small. This happened in with the assassination of Ramses III. Ramses III was assassinated by one of his sons, Pentaweret. But Pentaweret didn't get the crown prince. The crown prince escaped the palace. The crown prince Ramses escaped the palace and then came back with his army in about 24 hours. And that was not going to end well for Pentaweret. I'd say that. He was executed by strangulation. So you had to make sure you killed not only the king but the crown prince. So it's a lot more difficult proposition in Egypt to assassinate a king than it was in, say, Mesopotamia.
Usurping.
Yeah, it's a very nasty business. Yeah. Okay.
It's not always great to be a direct descendant.
No, it's not always great to be. Well, I mean, in Mesopotamia, if you were one of the brothers of the king, you were usually killed by the king. Yeah, so to prevent usurping. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So, 501 Mobius. Merneptah had a firstborn son. He was Seti Merneptah, who became Seti II. And he reigned, I believe, 9 years and then died on the throne, essentially. Okay, next one here is from TBTM. And he says, I often hear you say that Merneptah went as far past as Shephelah and back down. However, almost every place I see Yenoam by the Sea of Galilee. Could you please explain this? Oh, yeah, sure. It's an average. Nobody really knows where Yenoam is. I think there's been some recent articles claiming that it's on the Sea of Galilee as well. But it's been claimed to be in Jordan. It's down by Moab. It's been claimed to be in Syria. It's been claimed to be on the west coast of Tyre. It's just basically, when you look at most maps and see it on the Sea of Galilee, that's sort of an average of all the various views. Nobody is really sure where it is. Some people have speculated it's Genoa, but even that's not a really great fit. So, nobody knows where it is. So it's really hard to triangulate Merneptah's conquest path. We know he went up the coastal plain. We know he went down the Shephelah. Between the Shephelah and the coastal plain, it's a little bit of a question mark. We don't really know because we don't know where Yenoam is. So, a lot of people have claimed it to be in a lot of places. Nobody knows for sure. And that's the problem. Until we get a set of captive circles from Merneptah, ones that have them in proper conquest order, and Yenoam is in that list, we won't know, essentially. So we won't be able to even narrow it down. It'll be a fun find. I'm hoping they find some of that from Merneptah's mortuary temple, but there's not much left of that. So, just for fun, I'm going to claim it was in Lyons, France. Hey, you might as well. It's as good a guess as any.
It's at Stonehenge.
Yeah. Everything's at Stonehenge. All the unknown places in the world will get sucked into Stonehenge. Yeah, but, I mean, there's been proposed sites for Yenoam all across the northern Levant. Okay, we just don't know where. And we have to admit our ignorance here. So, it's clearly Korea. Could be. Could be. Porto Lyons.
How come it's never at Jamaica?
Yeah, I don't know why it's never in Jamaica. I've heard Nova Scotia for other things too. So I've heard someone say that the Ark of the Covenant isn't in Nova Scotia. Could be. Oh boy. You gotta love it. Empty conjecture. What would we do without you? Alright, next one here. From Darkblade. How did ancient soldiers have way of preventing their swords from going blunt? They did have sharpening swords, but usually it depended on which metal they were using. If they were using iron, they had sharpening swords. They also stones. They also had sharpening stones for bronze, but you didn't need them as much because they work hardened. So the more you used a bronze blade, the more it held its edge until it ultimately broke. So, you didn't need to sharpen a bronze blade as much as you needed to sharpen an iron blade, but the bronze blade didn't last as long either. You could hone an edge with a sharpening stone for a bronze blade, but again, it's just Most soldiers wouldn't carry one with them. They would just sort of pick one up on the side of the road and use that. Well, Androgram says, if you broke it, you'd be dead. Not necessarily. Most people didn't. Most soldiers back then didn't depend on their blades. I mean, their sword was really their weapon of last resort. Okay, they're mostly going to be using arrows or spears. Okay, spears are going to be their weapon of first resort. Okay, and CPM versus DOS. Yes, and you can get it so sharp. Stupid sharp. Yeah. Yeah, you can get a bronze blade to be stupid sharp. Yeah. It isn't that hard to do. Once work hardened and once it's got able to hold an edge like that, really easy to make it really, really sharp. Short bronze swords? Yeah, most of them were short. Most of them were like 13 inches. So they weren't. We're not talking big swords here. These aren't your European longsword, not by a long shot. They're small, and they're small because you have to keep them light. As I said, they're the weapon of last resort. So, yeah, you have to carry them. You lug them with your equipment. You want to stay light on your feet. So. And if you have to march with heavy equipment, that's going to be a burden. Yeah, you're going to be too tired to fight when you reach the battlefield. So yeah, most of the bronze swords were short. And they had to be. Because, again, they didn't have the tensile strength to be long and light. Whereas with iron, you could do that. You could make an iron sword that's long and light. And that gave you an incredible advantage over, say, guys with short bronze swords. But bronze swords would keep an edge. There wasn't any problem with it keeping an edge, at least until it broke. So, if anything, all they needed to do was honing the edge at most. Not really a resharpen. So, yeah, Andrew Graham here. Reaching the battlefield and keel over. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so that's the first of those super chats, or non-super chats, and we'll take our first super chat here from AEUIO for €11. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. To what degree do you hold to Old Testament concepts like sacred space, uncleanness, ritual washing, etc. to be actual phenomenological realities versus cultural accommodation for didactic purposes? Okay, I think I understand the question here. I fall somewhere in between. There is a phenomenological reality to this. That God does not tolerate sin in the presence of his sacred space, in the presence of his essence. Does not tolerate sin. He will punish sin in a summary judgment kind of way if sin is in his direct presence. So, if that's the case, then sacred space, uncleanness, to some extent, has an actual phenomenological reality. Now, on the other hand, things like ritual washing, sacrificial sacrifices, being sprinkled with the water of the ashes of the red heifer, that sort of thing. Those are performative actions that are to cover up sin, basically to satisfy a certain temporary how do I say this? Temporary covering that allows somebody to still have relationship in it without that sin being resolved. In that case, it's not a phenomenological reality, it's a performative act to basically accommodate the sinner to the divine entity. Okay, so there's some phenomenological reality to this, but it's not complete. It's not that everything here is phenomenologically real. Likewise, there's some accommodation, not for didactic purposes, but for ritual purposes, for relationship purposes. I don't think there's accommodations for didactic purposes. I don't think that at all. It's not. This is not meant to teach. Okay, and that's what we mean by didactic purposes. It's a teaching purpose, so it's not a cultural accommodation to teach, but it is a cultural accommodation to have relationship, and that's different. So I think there's a middle ground here that is between the two extremes, where it's all real, phenomenologically speaking, or it's all accommodation by didactic purposes. There's a middle ground here where there is a reality aspect to this, but there's also some accommodation as well. Again, for the divine entity to reach down to man to have relationship with them. Okay? So, I hope that explains this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate that, and I hope that helps. Okie dokie. To these now. And we're just going to go down here to... Let's see what's next here. Next one here is from Bonbon. And he asks, a member question. Why did Egypt stop human sacrifices early on, but Mesopotamia didn't? Okay. The power of the bureaucracy. That's what's put this to an end. Basically, in Mesopotamia, when the king died, you killed the whole bureaucracy with it. Then the bureaucracy was really not powerful enough to fight the military class who wasn't human sacrificed. Okay? But in Egypt, it was sort of the reverse. The bureaucracy had much more power than the military establishment. And the military and the bureaucracy in Egypt said, this sacrifice thing, I don't really care for it so much. Let's just stop doing it. And that was the end of it. Pretty much. It's like, okay. I mean, the fact is that both in, say, Egypt and Mesopotamia, human sacrifice really wasn't so much to used to, say, please the gods as such. It usually served other purposes. Okay, it served economic purposes. Like, you would have families who would sacrifice a child to ensure their crops. That continued on in Mesopotamia, but that fell out of fashion in Egypt, where the cycle of crops was, say, maybe a little more reliable. You still had in Egypt some human sacrifice when a temple was inaugurated. They would sacrifice somebody and place that, usually a war captive, and bury him underneath the temple floor. But that's the only type of human sacrifice the Egyptians ever did. Say, following, I believe, Dynasty 0. I mean, they've even pushed the date back for when did human sacrifices end in Egypt overall. I mean, they've recently discovered that what they thought was human sacrifice in the tomb of Qasim Kemwe of Dynasty 2 wasn't. Those tombs were all built at different times. So it was all sort of natural deaths in the case of Qasim Kemwe. So now in Egypt, we've said, okay, human sacrifice stopped way earlier than that. And probably at least 2 centuries earlier than that. Probably before Dynasty 0. So, Bonbon says, I remember you saying that in Egypt, if you controlled the military, you controlled the country. However, you're also saying that the bureaucracy controlled the military. Yes. Was there a tension between the two institutions? Yes, there was. Here's how the tension worked. The bureaucracy controlled the food that the military received. So if you had the military, as king, you could control almost whatever you wanted. Okay? But if it came to sort of loggerheads between the bureaucracy and the military, the bureaucracy could put an end to food shipments. So there was a balance of powers in Egypt. Okay? And that bureaucracy was also tied to the priesthood. The priesthood also controlled huge amounts of the food supply. So you had this sort of a sense, maybe a king would need the military to control Egypt. He couldn't control Egypt without the military. But it was also at the assent of the bureaucracy and the priesthood. So, Ryan Cohenkamp, how can the emperor maintain control without the bureaucracy? Brandon the Gamer, the regional governors will take control of their sectors. Some nice Star Wars quotes there. Well, in the case of Egypt, it was the bureaucracy. At that point, after the Old Kingdom and early Middle Kingdom, the regional governors didn't have the power to control much of anything anymore. So, Bonbon says, so the military was a necessary but not a sufficient condition to control Egypt. I see. That's probably true. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Okay. So, Smiley, I hope, Bonbon, I hope that answers the question here on sacrifice and a little bit about how Egypt really worked, which is very interesting. Darkblade, did the gnomes have their own mini bureaucracy? Oh, there were bureaucrats that worked for the gnomes, but they were usually assigned by the central bureaucracy. Now, I feel like this is going to get very Futurama here, but Egypt had a central bureaucracy, okay? It was centralized in Memphis. And all the bureaucrats, scribes, reported to the central bureaucracy. Okay? Okay, but gnomes did have their own scribes, and they use them for, counting grain, counting cloth, that sort of thing. So, okay, we'll move on to the next question here. Next question is from Audrey Yerger, I think. Okay, sorry if I mispronounced that name. Hi, Dr. Falk. Can you recommend a good Bible study on Revelation? My women's Bible study group is looking for one. Thanks. Unfortunately, I can't. I really wish someone would produce a good one. We had been thinking about producing one ourselves, but we just haven't had the time to do it with all our other commitments. The big problem with most Bible studies on the Book of Revelation is that you really, the whole purpose of the book, okay, the whole purpose of the Book of Revelation is to make clear the Old Testament. The problem is most books on the Book of Revelation are not done by Old Testament scholars. The vast majority of them are done by either New Testament scholars who really haven't cracked open the Old Testament in 30 years, or by dilettantes who are just newspaper prophecy crazy. So, unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of good options here. I wish there were, because it's a book that would be very, very profitable for people to sort of dig into and really discover the ins and outs of. But no one has done a good job of it yet. As far as commentaries, I used to recommend Grant Osborne's commentary on Revelation, but even that has serious deficits. So, I mean, most of these are going to be very lean pre-tribulational, which I think is kind of garbage. Okay, I think that's eschatological trash, but it's you're going to get a lot of people who sort of interpose their view of eschatology over the book of Revelation rather than letting Revelation speak on its own terms. So you're going to get a lot of stuff out of that's come out of dispensationalism, and that's going to you're going to get the Tim LaHaye, Jerry Jenkins kind of stuff here. So unfortunately, I can't recommend one at this point. I wish I could, because I'd rather not do it. But John Harrison says, it would be great if you did such a book. Yeah, it would be. Robert H. Gundry. I haven't read Gundry. I think he is a New Testament guy, though. I believe Gundry is a New Testament guy, but I'm not sure. I haven't read it. But I have not read a single Revelation commentary that just unlocks it as it's supposed to be, which is, this is the revelation of the Old Testament. That's what it is. That's what apocalypse means. It means unveiling. It unveils it so you can see what's going on, so that you can understand it. The problem is, you need to understand the Old Testament to understand the book of Revelation. And unless you have that sort of grasp on the Old Testament, yeah, Rich Luciano, there's a small book called The Old Testament in Revelation by Michael Heiser. The only problem I have with Heiser is he doesn't stick to that. He goes off on some weird tangents that are not Old Testament. So I don't like Heiser's work on Revelation. I think he's got the right sentiment as he set out to do that. He just didn't stick to it. So, but then again, too, he's Heiser was a Second Temple period guy. I mean, that was his primary focus, was Second Temple period literature. Well, that's really intertestamental literature. That's not Old Testament. So I think it was kind of natural for him to sort of drift into a lot of sort of the themes of weirdness, like astrology in Revelation, and I think that's bunkum. Astrology in Revelation is bunkum. I haven't read Baucham's book on it, but again, Baucham is a New Testament / early church fathers guy. Again, the same problem's going to be in his book too. So, that's these problems with commentaries on Revelation are perennial. They keep coming up. And the reason they keep coming up is they keep having the same sort of people doing them. keeps learning the pre-AD dating of Revelation is kind of compelling. Only if you're a preterist. It's only compelling if you're a preterist. You see, it's if you're a preterist, you're going to sort of read a pre-AD reading back into Revelation. So, but that's the problem with preterism too, is it assumes its own conclusion. So if you assume your own conclusion, yeah, it looks like it all fits until it doesn't. I have no idea what Christianity Explained is. I've never used it. I haven't read that book, Andrew. So I can't say. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So, sorry, Audra, I can't recommend anything here. I don't know a good one that I would be trust. You got your preterist. Oh, Ryan. Oh, boy. Jeez. All right, I'll take the next one here. The next one here is from Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He says, if a lady teaches at a seminary some subject related to biblical studies, is she in violation of 1 Timothy 2:12? Let's pull up the Bible and then we'll discuss this. 1 Timothy 2, verse 12. All right. Let's take it in a little bit of context, too. Okay, we'll start verse 8 here. Therefore, I want the men in every place to pray, lifting up holy hands without wrath and dissension. Likewise, I want women to adorn themselves with proper clothing, modest and discreetly, not with braided hair or gold, or pearls, or costly garments, but rather by means of good works, as befit women making claim to godliness. Let a woman receive instruction with entire submissiveness. But I do not allow a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man, but to remain quiet. For it was Adam who was first created, then Eve, and not Adam who was deceived, but the woman being deceived, and fell into transgression. But the woman shall be preserved to the bearing of children, if they continue in faith and love and sanctity and self-restraint. Okay. Now, is a woman who teaches at a seminary violating 1 Timothy 2:12? No. Okay. What it's talking about here is the proper order of church services, of sacred service. Okay? This is order within the church. Okay? Now, in the case of this is designed so that, how do you say this? Women don't end up doing everything. Because here's what would happen. If women were allowed to do everything, is they would do everything, and men would do nothing. Okay.
It's not the way most men.
No, it's not the way most men present this word, but that's what would happen. Okay? Women have a lot of responsibility already. They're bearing and raising children. They're teaching other women. They're teaching the children. What, you're going to put them in charge of everything? You're going to let them do it all? So, so this is not saying that women cannot teach a biblical studies thing. Okay, it's not saying that they can't be professors at a seminary. They can. This does not prohibit that in any way. This is about sound order within, say, the preaching of the word within a pulpit. Okay? So that's the context here, is that there's a created order that in our fallen state, men would abrogate. Men would abdicate this. Men would say, hey, women, yeah, you're good at this, you do it. Too much bother. I'll just go work the fields instead.
And then
Yeah, and then they drink beer all day, every day. Because who needs the responsibility? Who needs it? Nobody needs this. If you do the pastoral work right, it's hard, and it's soul crushing. Okay, pastoral work is really super difficult if you do it right. Ryan Cohen Camp. So this is an anti-laziness effort? Yeah, it is. It's to prevent the men from slipping into sloth. Essentially, that's what it's there for. It's to prevent men from slipping behind. It's also meant to maintain the proper order of creation. Now, I'm not a creationist. Okay, I don't take a view on that, so that's not what I mean here by creation. But what I mean by this is that there is a ideal ritual set of ways to approach God. If you wanna worship God, you've got to worship him in the right way, and that right way is maintaining order within the church. So essentially, it's guys, stop being lazy, and you can't have pandemonium in the church. Funny that. Crazy. But it has absolutely nothing to do with teaching at a seminary. Because teaching at a seminary is a qualitatively different thing than teaching in a pulpit. You're not doing things like, generally speaking, character formation, discipline. You're not rebuking. Okay? And, that can go awfully wrong if you've got a woman, basically a 30-year-old woman pastor rebuking a 60-year-old man. Oh, yeah. You want to see sparks fly? Oh, yeah, you don't want to be in that room. Yeah, a woman half the age of the man, chewing him out. Like a 30-year-old man can chew out a 60-year-old man if he sort of approaches him like a son to a father. But a 30-year-old woman chewing out a 60-year-old man? Good grief. Yeah, that would go well. So there's this tendency not to chew out anybody at all, and let sin flourish. So there's sound reasoning behind these statements. Okay? So this is not a blanket prohibition against women teaching in seminaries. It is a prohibition against women, say, holding all the responsibility. Now, there's exceptions to this. One exception, if it happens to be a women's ministry. No men. Yeah. Women can teach and preach in that city.
Men choose to show up.
Mm-hmm.
It's still primarily a woman's.
And if a man decides to show up, it's still primarily a woman's ministry. So she still has the authority in that case. If it's a seminary where you're being taught a skill, okay, that's not the same as being, as here showing to exercise authority. It's, yeah, okay, there's some authority as far as signing of grades, but we wouldn't consider that, say, moral authority, not in any respect. So, you have to keep these things in mind when you do this. So no, a lady teaching in a seminary is not a violation of 1 Timothy 2:12. Really, and this whole 1 Timothy 2 is sort of to get men off their butts and, step up to the plate. And this was a problem in the early church. Let's be very honest about this, too. Most of the women outnumbered men in the early church. by a long shot. You know, the Romans used to comment that Christianity was the religion of women and slaves. And so there's this aspect of looking down on men who are Christian. So men were reticent to take leadership roles in the early church because they thought that by taking those roles, they would be effeminized. Okay? They would be seen as effeminate by taking a leadership role in the early church. So it wasn't seen as being a positive thing to be a man in charge of, say, the pulpit. So there was lots of men who were fine with leaving it to women. But again, that sort of just sidelined the men. And, you know, then you had women doing it all. So it's kind of weird now on our side where, say men more dominate the pulpit and even rise to that situation, but not in the early church. In the early church, men avoided a pastoral ministry. That's sort of what happened in those early days. So, and I hope this helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What would be the proper title for Daniel's position in Babylon? Grand Vizier, Viceroy, Prime Minister? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure it's really clear what his title or position was. He was seen as a sort of a interpreter of dreams, but and he had some authority over administrative personnel, but I don't really know what his position was. I need to reread the Book of Daniel. It's been a long time since I've read it, so I don't really know what he would be called. I'd have to look into that deeper. So, but anyway, that's all I can tell you on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for that very generous super chat. How much do you believe in modern facial reconstruction methods to reveal what an ancient individual looked like? This is a big thing in Virginia archaeology. Oh boy. There was an article in National Geographic. It was actually at the I forget the particular. This is their National Geographic magazine. It was at the very end of the book of the magazine. They gave a skull to 4 facial construction artists to reconstruct. Okay? And all 4 were radically different. Heck, one was crazy different. I mean, on one of them, they put like feathers on the skin and everything and reptile scales.
Yeah, they didn't specify it was.
Yeah, they didn't specify to make him human. Okay, 4 of them did it straight up, or 3 of them did it straight up. The 4th one went crazy. But I do think I did see that that methods of reconstructing based on those methods are just so different that it's going to depend from artist to artist what kind of reconstruction you're going to get. So I don't place a lot of stock in it. It might be helpful if it's sort of a conservative reconstruction, but the problem is faces aren't always conservative as far as how they look. I'm going to be very blunt about this. My face is a little rounder than most. If it was reconstructed from my skull, I'd probably be a lot thinner faced. So, because people are going to hold, fat deposits on different parts of their face, and that fills out the cheeks. You can't tell really how big a person's nose is from a skull. So there's going to be a lot of of discrepancies between various reconstructions.
They're more.
Well, yeah, they are. A lot of them are ethnic, but they do change from skull to skull as well, and they do change from individual to individual. Whereas the skulls themselves look very similar to one another. So, I don't think I don't place a lot of stock in the method for producing a true result. Um, and I put even less stock in it if they don't have the skull. We have seen that there have been times when people have done these sort of reconstructions without actually having the skull. So, I don't think it's a good method overall. It's if anything, it's a curiosity. Like when they tried to do, say, facial reconstructions of, say, uh, uh, Neanderthals. That's a lot of that's just going to differ based upon who's doing the reconstruction, and it's going to, as I say, it's going to be a curiosity more than anything else. It's not really scientific. This is not a scientific method. It's sort of a curiosity, artistic reconstruction at best. Okay, next one here is from Gizbo SBOL for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's meant by the fourth generation of Genesis 15? Ooh, know that answer already, but let's look at the text, because it's always helpful to look at the text. Genesis 15, verse 6. 16. All right. Then in the fourth generation, they shall return here. This is the descendants of Abraham. For the iniquity of the Amorite is not yet complete. Okay, the fourth generation. Fourth generation is just a euphemism, like 4 and 40, that sort of thing, of indetermination. So, instead of saying the 40th generation, because that wouldn't make even the remotest sense in terms of something as large as generation, they're just chopping off the 0 and saying fourth generation. So basically, the time of completeness. So when the time of their exile is complete, they get to return. Not 4 generations. Now, there are certain texts, like in Exodus 6, that try to count 4 generations. Okay? However, those generations are 133 and 137 years long. Oh boy. Very long generations. Yeah, nobody in Egypt lived 133 years. Just saying. Yeah, that's really just meant to show completeness. And the generations that reflect that completeness are going to be abbreviated generations, abbreviated genealogies. So, you just have to remember that this is the context of it, that it's not literally 4 generations. Now, the other thing too is that a fourth generation has another meaning as well. Okay? A fourth generation means the development of clans. That's the other meaning too. That if you have a 4th generation, you have a clan. So it's another way of looking at this is that until the 4th generation, that's when Israel will have divided into fully formed clans. Okay? And this is where you get the guys like the Korathites, the etc. So So I hope that helps. So yeah, it can mean several things, but the primary meanings are it's completeness, or it's the development of clan structures. So that's really what sort of is being driven at here. It's not a literal 4 generations. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then Gizbo SBOL asks the appropriate question right after here for $2. Is 1 Chronicles 7:25-27 an abbreviated genealogy? Someday I'm going to be able to say that right. All right, let's look at 1 Chronicles 7, verses 25-27. Okay. Oh, no. This is not abbreviated genealogy. This is something else. All right. So here's what's happened. The Ephraimites, the 10 sons of the Ephraimites, the 10 clans that arrived in Ephraim get wiped out. Okay. But the clan patriarch survives. The clan progenitor survives. Or the tribal progenitor survives. Tribal chief. Okay, so verses 25 here. We'll start with verse 23, and then we'll show you what's going on here. Then he went to his wife, and she conceived and bore a son and named him Beriah, because misfortune had come unto his house. Now, there's 2 possible ideas going on here before we actually read this. Is this a 10 sons or 10 generations? That's what we need to describe. Basically, is it 1 generation of 10 sons, or is it 10 generations? It's a big difference. But if you read this carefully, you can discover what it is. Okay? So, verse 24. And his daughter, Beriah's daughter here, was Shirah, who built the lower and upper Beit Horon and Uzzah Shirah. And Rephat was his son, along with Rasha, Telah his son, Tahan his son, Ladan his son, Amihud his son, Elishama his son, Non his son, and Joshua his son. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly here, most people will look at verse 27 and say, oh, Nun! Joshua's son of Nun! Well, there's an issue with that. Let's see, Joshua. If I can find it here. Joshua's son. Joshua is not actually of the tribe of Ephraim. And that's a problem. I probably am not going to be able to find it here. But Joshua. All right, I'm not going to be able to find it right now. But there's an issue with his tribal affiliation. But the other thing, though, is the problem with, say, First Chronicles 7 here is going to be at verse 25. Okay. When it talks about Shirah, okay, and his daughter was Shirah, who built lower and upper Beit Horon, also Beit Shirah, and Rapha was his son. That's a problem. Okay, that's a problem because Shirah was a woman. Shirah was a woman. So Repha cannot be Shira's son. Has to be Beriah's son. And if Repha is Beriah's son, Tila is also Beriah's son. And Tahan is Beriah's son. And Ladan is Beriah's son. And Amadad is Beriah's son. And Nun is Beriah's son. And so is Joshua. That's the problem with 1 Chronicles 7. This is not an abbreviated genealogy. It's a redivision of clan structure. That's what's going on here. So, they've lost 10 clans, and they get 10 back. So, the death of those clans at the hands of the Gathites is going to be for naught. Because not only are they going to reestablish, the Ephraimites are going to reestablish themselves, they're going to reestablish themselves in such a way that the Gathites cannot oust them out. So this is all taking place at the time of after the conquest. So they're moved in. Okay, the original Ephraim patriarch is dead. He's dead. He died in Egypt. He did not live 300 years. He did not live 300 years to travel back to Canaan with his posterity. He died in Egypt. So he can't be mourning the death of his sons at the hands of the Gathites in the days of the settlement. This has to be a clan or a tribal chief. This has to be a tribal chief who mourns the loss of the clans in lieu of Ephraim, and then produces Beriah, who then produces 10 new clans to repopulate the area. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So it's not an abbreviated generation. It's essentially a clan repopulation. 10 clans wiped out, 10 replaced. Stronger than ever. Okay. And again, you get that if you read it carefully. Read the text carefully. Because again, Repha cannot be his son of Shira. Can't happen. They didn't do that gender fluidity stuff there. Okay, next one here. From Gizbo SBOL. And this is just a regular question here. What do you think of Brian Wendell's suggestion that the Israelites may have only caused a small-scale destruction at Jericho and Hatzor due to the biblical author's use of hyperbolic rhetoric? This is what we call copium. All right. Brian Wendell is an associate with ABR. Okay, that's who he is. If you have never heard the name, he's an associate. He's one of ABR's new rising stars. Okay. Now, he is an early Exodus dater, but he's an early Exodus dater of the Septuagint type. Okay. So he's not a Masoretic text maximalist. He's a Septuagint maximalist. Okay? So what he thinks is that the conquest happens in 1360 BC. That's when he thinks the conquest happened. So he thinks Jericho and Hatzor are destroyed circa 1360. Now, the problem here is there's no destruction at Hatzor in 1360. This is a huge problem. He's tried to suggest that there's a destruction at Jericho in 1360, essentially Late Bronze 1. Late Bronze 1B. Okay? His evidence for that is paper thin. But it's the only hope he has of grasping on a destruction at Jericho that's an early Exodus date consistent with the Septuagint. And the Septuagint has 1 Kings 6:1 and 440 years instead of 480. So that's why the 40-year difference. So, but he's now has a problem. He's claimed that there's a destruction at Jericho in 1360. He's also now has to now somehow align with a destruction at Hatzor in 1360. And there is none. There is none. Not even there's no trace of any sort of destruction at Hatzor in 1360. Keeps Learning says here, he was just interviewed on Sean McDowell. Yeah, I know. He argued no general agreement, kind of leaves us hanging. But that's basically, oh yeah, there's no agreement here, so we just gotta wait for another turn of the shovel. This is the ABR shtick. You know, I don't agree with the evidence, so there's no general agreement. Oh, well, Sean McDowell's always been ABR supporting. He's always been ABR supporting. He's always cozied up to them. Okay, so same reason why Mr. Newt, whatever his name was, Frank Turk, cozies up to ABR. Same reasons. No, Sean does not try to be neutral. He's not neutral. No, so don't even think that he's neutral. He tries to appear neutral. He's not neutral.
Just like he thinks.
Yeah, just like he thinks he owes me an apology and doesn't actually give me one. So, essentially, Windows' shtick is that the conquest happens in 1360. He claims that the walls caving in are evidence of that destruction, where there's no evidence for that. That happened in 1360. But that's sort of the artifice he's made of Jericho. I don't think he's right. Lorenzo Nigro doesn't think he's right. Nobody thinks he's right, except maybe some of his friends at ABR do. I don't know. But I don't know how receptive ABR's been to it, but they've been championing him a lot lately. But he then has to somehow make this coincide with what happened at Hatzor. And if Hatzor is still standing perfectly fine in 1360, he's got a problem. So this is why I say it's copium. Yeah, it's copium. And it says, well, it's nobody's really certain here. No, they're certain. We have not found anything at Hatzor that indicates a widespread destruction in 1360. This is not debatable. I don't know where, but this is the ABR shtick. I don't agree with it, so it's widely contested. This is the ABR equivalent of what the atheists do. It's a consensus because I believe it. I believe it and everyone else does who's important. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same sort of excuses. Okay? It's just a different way of doing it. Instead of I believe it, therefore it's the consensus. It's, well, I don't believe it, therefore it's widely contested. CPM versus DOS. I agree with my friends, and they agree with me. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, I think Wendell here is on copium. This is not an evidence-based approach. This is a wishful thinking approach. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Then he follows up here. Do you think the scarab from Tutmosis IV, found in tomb 814445 area at Hatzor Stratum 1b, presents a problem for the early date conquest since it provides an upper limit for the use of the tomb? It provides a problem for basically early date Masoretic text maximalists. It's not a problem for early date Masoretic text, Septuagint text maximalists. Okay, so there's a difference between those views by about 40 years. So for the 1400 BC conquest, yeah, this would be a problem. And that's still the majority at ABR. For the 1360 view of the conquest, it doesn't prevent it. It's not a problem because they hold that conquest took place during the date of Amenhotep III. Now, the problem at Hatzor for the Amenhotep III conquest, dated conquest, is there's no evidence for it. You know, they've dug right down that strata and they found nothing. You know, if you're hitting Tutmosis III strata, you passed right through Amenhotep III and found zip. So yeah, what's going to cause them more problems at Hatzor is the fact they didn't find anything except an occupied city. An occupied Amorite city is going to be a huge problem for the Israelite conquest. Because that's who the Israelites are fighting in the first 5 years of the conquest, are Amorite and Amorite aligned cities. And Hatzor was Amorite aligned. So I think this is a tremendously difficult problem for, say, the early daters who are Septuagint maximalists to try to get around. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, hi, Mama. How are you doing tonight? I just saw you in the chat there. Lovely to have you here as always. Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. On a scale of 0 to 10, how convinced are you that Sennacherib's throne room contains an image of King Hezekiah and Jerusalem? About a 1. You may find one. I don't think there is one. Assyrians were pretty... unlike the Egyptians, Assyrians did occasionally discuss their losses, usually in a very circumspect kind of way, where they... Here's the thing. They would mention it, and then say nothing about it. I mean, I love the historical prisms where Sennacherib describes King Hezekiah, the conquest of Jerusalem. And he says, you know, I surrounded Jerusalem. I have trapped Hezekiah in his city like a bird in a cage. Now we go home. Now we're at home. It's weird. The historical prisms on Sennacherib and the conquest of Jerusalem are just weird. Because normally they would say, okay, we took it, the city, the king came out and he made peace and became the vassal, and we went home with a lot of loot. It's usually how these narratives go. Okay? It's never, well, we trapped him like a bird in a cage, then we're home again. Silence. It's so those Hezekiah prisms, or sorry, those Sennacherib prisms are so bizarre when it comes to the conquest of Jerusalem, because they say nothing, absolutely nothing about how it turned out after after he traps him like a bird in a cage. No mention of loot, no mention of victory, no mention of drinking wine out of the skulls of your enemy. You know, none of the usual Assyrian stuff. CPM versus Dust. We didn't want that land anyway. Yeah. It was nothing happened. Yeah, I mean it's crazy. Those persons are crazy when you read them, because again, it's just I'm trapped like a bird in a cage. And on a completely different note. I'm back home. Things are great. CPM versus DOS. Dry, barren, nothing grows, stinky, bad place. They didn't even say that. Didn't even say that. I mean, I would have said, okay, at least that says to me that they did a siege for a while. They did not even say that. It was like a complete jump. Like, what happened here? Like, what? How did... I mean, the next sentence begins with this non sequitur. Really bizarre. Oh, so my thoughts is very, very low that there'd be a image of Hezekiah in the throne room of Sennacherib. Very, very low probability of that. My thought is that this is something Sennacherib wants to forget. They can't ignore the fact they went there because they brought a large army with them. But, you know, that's going to be, yeah, that's sort of, we don't talk about that episode anymore kind of thing. Okay, next is here. Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If Egyptian chariots held 2 people and Hittite chariots held 3, do we know how many Canaanite chariots typically carried? No, we don't. We don't have much information on Canaanite chariots. We do know that the kingdom of northern Israel sold chariots and horses to the Hittites. So we do know that they would have been in Hittite style because that's what they were selling. So they would have made some 3-person chariots for the Hittites and their particular needs. Again, that's just one of the things that the kings of northern... That's how many of the kings of northern Israel got rich, is they were selling weapons to the Hittites. So, Taduza dude, you see? False time conspiracy is true! It's true! Could be. Could be. CPM versus DOS. Just a small detour. Filler episode. Mama says, gotta love selling weapons to the enemy. Well, you know, in most cases, it's not as dangerous as it sounds. There were, I mean, if you're supplying the Hittites with weapons, they're not going to come invading. You're supplying them with weapons. Might not be a normal, morally ethical way of keeping your safety, but few kings basically conquer their suppliers unless there's a real sort of inequity in the trade imbalance. I think for this particular case, there was not that inequity. So, northern Israelite kings got rich. Hittites got their chariots. Okay. Next super chat here. From Messianic Talmud. $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why was iron worth more than gold, sometimes 10 times more during the Bronze Ages? Was it equivalent of today's diamonds? It was sometimes worth more than gold because it was scarce. During the Bronze Age, the primary source, and we're basically talking about, say, the not so much the late Bronze Age, late 2, but late Bronze 1 and earlier. Iron was exceptionally scarce because you could only get it from meteoritic sources. Iron smelting had not been invented yet, and that's really what caused the change in the value of iron. Is once smelting was sort of perfected, and it took a long time to figure out how smelting iron would work. But once it was perfected, it then drove down the price of iron way down. But the way before, during the Bronze Ages, the only source of iron was meteoritic. So you would have to go out in the desert and find meteorites. Like, for example, King Tut has an iron blade among his effects. And that was meteoritic iron. It was iron that was basically forged out of a meteorite. And if you go out into any desert, because here's the thing about deserts, as opposed to, say, temperate regions, meteorites will rust. So, in the prime source for meteoritic iron is in a desert. You go out, wander in a desert, and you find meteorites that haven't rusted away. And so that was the primary source of iron during the Bronze Ages, and it was rare. There wasn't an infinite supply of it because it was only, if they found it by accident. But they recognized what it was. There were some iron tools that are as early as, say, the first intermediate period. So the Egyptians were aware of iron. They just didn't know how to melt it. They could forge it. Once you had the iron itself, it's relatively easy to forge. But the problem is, how do you smelt it from, say, mineral components? That's the big trick. And it's difficult. It's difficult. It's tedious. It's incredibly tedious work. Basically, what you do is you take your iron ore and you put it in your smelter, and you use tuyeres, which are basically blowpipes or bellows, to increase the heat. And the iron never really melts. What it does is the oxides are basically leached out of the iron ore by the reducing environment of the flame. And what happens in that case is what you're left with when you tear down your smelter, because you got to tear it down. You got to tear down your smelter when you're done. So you tear down your smelter, and you're just left with ash and little tiny pebbles. Pebbles of iron. So you're left with these pebbles of iron. And you have to sift through this ash. And there's a really, really interesting description of this in the book of Job, where it talks about the pebbles of the iron in the ash, among the ash. It's a great, great reference to an Iron Age smelter. So once you get all those little tiny pebbles, then what you do is get them all together, you heat them up, and you smash them. That's how you get your iron ingot, from which you could then make tools. So, but that's why iron was so scarce, because nobody understood in the Middle Bronze Age how to smelt the stuff. And all the sources of iron back then were from meteorites. So, Oh yeah, it would have been very cathartic. After all that work, just to get the little pebbles. And then there could be like, I mean, tiny, like grains of sand. You know, you're collecting all these little grains of sand from the ash. And then getting them together, heating them up, smashing them together. Now you got an ingot of iron. So yeah, but that's why it was so expensive, is because you couldn't smelt it. No one knew how. All right, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right. Next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Was the mention of iron chariots amongst the Canaanites literal or figurative in Joshua 17:16 and Joshua 1:19? We'll just pull up one of these and we'll just talk, and then we'll talk about what is being talked about here. It's not figurative. Okay? But it also might not be what you think it is either. Joshua 17, verse 16. All right. And the sons of Joseph said, the hill country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites who live in the valley land have chariots of iron, both those who are in Beth-shan and its towns, and those who are in the valley of Jezreel. Okay. What is it talking about with iron chariots? Here, it's not what most people think. Most people think it's chariots either built of iron or clad with iron. It's neither of those. Okay? So then what is it? There are some parts of a chariot that have to be made of metal. You have to make them of metal. If you don't make them of metal, things break. Okay? There are two places on a chariot where metal is used. The first place is the axle assembly. Okay? I don't think I have the video here ready to go. Otherwise, I'd show you the axle assembly. Just make sure I don't. I should probably get that. Yeah, I'll see about... I've got a little video that shows the axle assembly, but I don't think I have it here. No, I don't have the video ready. Okay. So the axle assembly, basically where the spokes... The axle assembly is the part that the axle goes through and the spokes stick out of. I'm going to draw a picture. Ooh. Dr. Falk's going to get a little artsy. Yikes. All right. See if when Dr. Falk gets all artsy here, you know it's trouble. All right. I'm going to try to do this. All right. This is a terrible drawing, but it is what I've got. Maybe I'll put one on the other side here too, just to... All right. This is a very, very bad drawing of an axle assembly. I'll put one on the other side there, just to be... Okay. Really bad drawing of an axle assembly. Okay. Basically, the axle sticks through true. That hole, okay, and it sits in this long tube. It's a long tube. It's about 12, 14 inches long. It's to prevent the wheel from wobbling as you're riding your chariots. Okay, if you don't have that long tube, that long tube that the axle assembly goes through, the axle goes through, like that, you're in for a rough ride. Okay, that axle assembly is made of metal. Okay, out of the 6 points, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 8. Those are ferrules, and those ferrules hold the spokes. I'm going to draw them spokes in a different color here, just so you get an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And then those spokes have wood that's wrapped around it. So you got the spokes here that go into the ferrules of the axle assembly, and then the wheel is steam formed and wrapped around the 6 or 4, 8 or whatever spokes, and all that is held in by tension. Okay, and then a covering is put around the outside of the wheel, also in metal. Okay. This is a terrible drawing. Then pulls out Mona Lisa. Well, it does explain it, okay?
His mama, it's where all the stress of the weight of the thing.
Yeah, it does. It's Mama says it's where the stress of the weight of the whole thing comes down on, right? Yeah, it does. Among other things, yeah. So basically, because those spokes are in elastic tension, those are also your shock absorbers. Okay? So your axle assembly, where the axle goes through, will prevent that wheel from wobbling, and the spokes, being because they're in elastic tension, will smoothen the ride because it's your shock absorbers. Now, the outside of the wheel is then covered in cladding, a metal cladding, sometimes bronze, but in the case of, say, these chariots mentioned in Joshua and Judges, iron.
Unlike one, like you said, it was covered in gold.
Yeah, it's not covered in gold. If that's covered in gold, you've got big problems. Okay. So, what you have here then with these iron chariots is that chariots where the axle assembly and the tires, for lack of a better word, the treads, are iron. Now, this had advantages over their bronze counterparts. Axle assemblies could get brittle and they could break because they're bronze. Okay? And if an axle assembly broke, your wheel broke. It was essentially garbage. You had to make a new one. So if your axle assembly was made of iron instead of bronze, your chariots could last a lot longer. It could go through tougher wear. You wouldn't want to make all your chariot out of iron. It'd be too heavy. It'd be a burden upon the draw horses to move it. So you always want a chariot to be as light as possible, because these are meant to be fast, mobile archery platforms. Okay, that's the whole purpose of a chariot, is to be a mobile archery platform. But you want it to be solid, and you want it to basically not break. There are some chariot wheels that have actual iron tacks. So you do have some of these where they put, say, the iron cladding around the wheel and then put iron tacks through it to give it extra tread. Okay? So, yeah, it would be a waste. Count Marcy, not perfect engineering and no lubrication from ExxonMobil grease. They did actually use some lubrication, though. Occasionally, they would lubricate with oil. So they did use oil on occasion for lubrication. And a waste of precious resources, too. Yeah, it could be, yeah. Jack Ray says, iron steel tires were used into World War II because they were on horse-drawn things. Yeah. Yeah, they were eminently practical. Yeah, they were very, very practical. You might want to make the core out of wood just to lighten the load, but you'd make the tread out of steel. You'd make the axle assembly made out of steel, and yeah, they were eminently practical for horse-drawn vehicles. And chariots were horse-drawn vehicles. So that's what it meant here, that they had chariots of iron. Chariots that don't break easily, that could go through rough handling. So that's what's meant here by chariots of iron. These are chariots that can undergo rough handling. They would be... Oh, jeez. Ron Wyatt found nothing. The dude's a dude. So true. So it's true. Ron Wyatt found the iron wheel. Dr. Falk just admitted it. He found the gold one, right? That's what I thought he found. What a fraudster. What a complete fraud. Okay.
Imagine an entire weapon.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
It would collapse. Like, by the fifth time it turned.
Well, I mean...
Gold is so soft.
It's so... Yeah, gold is so soft. The whole idea of, say... I mean, even the gold chariot that was found in Yuya's tomb, you know, that wasn't all gold. The it had some gold plating on it, but the tread was bronze, and so was the axle assembly.
Yeah.
So the practical parts were made of bronze.
You did not gold. You had a flat tire as soon as she started.
Yeah.
But then people working know that.
Yeah. That'd be too heavy too. If you have a lot of gold on it, you don't want a lot of gold on it. You don't want a lot of iron on a chariot. It's too heavy.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, wood's good for that. Yeah, exactly.
Sturdy, but it's lighter than that.
Exactly. Sturdy and light. That's what you want for a chariot. And easy to repair too. Because chariots did break from time to time, and you did need to repair them. Okay, I want to thank Jack Ray, who gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for your support of our channel. We really appreciate it. You help us to be able to bring this to people every week. And without you, we couldn't do this. So we really, really appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. Mama says, only someone that has no clue about the real world properties of gold would think ancient people made whole chariots out of it. So stupid. Well, you see this even as a skeptic objection here. They look at this and go, well, you can't make a chariot completely out of iron because it's not practical. So this can't be true. It's like, oh, dude. It's like they're not thinking. I mean, the guys who think people made chariots out of entire gold aren't thinking. The ones who think that they made it entirely out of iron aren't thinking. You know, one is a Wyatt cultist, the other one is a skeptic. They're both not thinking. Because both of those metals are heavy. And besides, if you made a chariot out of iron, your first good rainfall would cause it all to rust up. And you're not going anywhere. Good times. Good times. Mama says, I knew by the time I was in 5th grade that gold was soft. Well, this is one of the reasons, too, why when they had, like, on aboard ships, if you had an iron component and you needed to be able to turn it like a wheel or something, it was usually had an axle out of a copper-based alloy. Because of if the iron rusts, the copper alloy would resist binding in the case of rust. Whereas if you had iron meeting iron, the rust would actually cause the two to jam together. There's something on old sailing ships called a brass monkey. Okay? And there was this, and this is the origin of the expression, cold enough to freeze the balls on a brass monkey. The balls here are cannonballs. The brass monkey was a brass container to hold the cannonballs. It's not a derogatory term. It's not a sexual term. It's a military term. Okay? It's a military term. If you're at sea, the salt water would cause the and it gets really cold, could cause the steel the iron cannonballs to freeze together, and basically you couldn't dislodge it from the container that held them, the brass monkey. But the brass monkey was designed that you could take a hammer, smack it really hard, and because the brass wouldn't adhere to the iron, it would cause the balls to separate, allowing you to basically take those cannonballs, load them into your cannon, and shoot the enemy. Yeah, freezing would break that. So the fact that the monkey was brass just meant that you could, whereas if that was iron, if the monkey itself was iron, it would cause those balls to be inseparable. Yeah, chemistry wins. Yep. Chemistry's a darn good thing. Most people had to figure that out by trial and error in history, but still, it's chemistry. All right, let's move on here. All right, next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, in Archaeologist, if the stone says A and the text says B, we should go with A per minimalist. Is this method sound or am I straw manning? A little bit of, well, it's not, the method isn't sound, but it's also a bit of straw manning too. Okay? If the stone says A and the text says B, what you should do, the proper method, is to figure out why the text says B in spite of A. Okay? Because people didn't just plain out fabricate texts. That wasn't a thing. Okay? There were reasons why texts were written. The proper methodology, the sound methodology, is to find out the motivation of why text B was written in light of A. Now, are you misinterpreting text B? Yeah, very possibly. Happens all the time. I've seen many, many people misinterpret a text when faced with a stone that reveals A. Okay? So, I think that, are you misreading B? Because we don't have the context for texts of the ancient world. So, because we don't have the context, we're making certain presuppositions when we read the text today. So, did we recover? Then you also have to ask the question, did you recover the stone A, from the right place? That's happened too. Where people get a stone from stone A, from site A, when they should have gotten the stone from site B. Because the site B is what's matching the text B. So again, you're misinterpreting the text, but you're also getting the data from the wrong area. So it's kind of a little over, how do I say this? It's a little bit of straw manning to say that you methodologically, as a minimalist, go with A, because not all minimalists do that. Okay, not all minimalists do that. Some do. But some of them don't go with either. Some don't go with either. There are minimalists out there that say, oh, I have a stone that says A, but it's not enough of A. So, and I have a text that says B. I'll go with neither. Because it's not minimal enough. It's not, I should say, the evidence is not enough for me to go with either A or B. So you get that too amongst minimalists. So a lot of minimalism is going to be based upon consensus thinking on what essentially they want to read out of the particular texts and the archaeological data. I mean, look, at Jericho, there was more than enough evidence suggesting a late Bronze town prior to the reports of Lorenzo Magno. Most minimalists said, well, yeah, there might be evidence of B in the stones A, but I want more A. I want more A before I believe it. Well, that's not following the evidence. That's following the presupposition. So, but yeah, there was more than enough evidence, even prior to Nigro's assessments, to support a Bronze Age Jericho. Did that compel the majority of biblical scholars from saying there's no Bronze Age Jericho? No, it didn't. So a lot of this is not methodological. A lot of this is scholastic tradition. So you've got to keep that in mind, that minimalism is its own scholastic tradition. And scholastic traditions follow its own paradigms and revolutions of new thinking. If you want more of an idea of how this works, I would recommend Thomas Kuhn's, what's it called now? Revolutions of Science Paradigms or something like that. I don't remember what the name of the book was, but it was tied by Thomas Kuhn. If you look up just Thomas Kuhn, Kuhn, you'll find it. It's really the only thing he wrote. It's a small book, less than 100 pages, but kind of maybe a little pricey, but well worth the read. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Billy Ningid for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How can we study history without getting emotional? I caught myself getting mad from time to time. Well, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, you're going to get caught up in being emotional from time to time because you are going to get people who just say some stupid things so many stupid times that it becomes very, very tiring. I mean, to this day, I get people stating to me that they found chariot wheels in the Red Sea, in the Gulf of Aqaba, that the split rock at Jebel al-Lawz is the rock that Moses split, that Jebel al-Lawz is the real Mount Sinai, that Noah's Ark is in Turkey, that Sodom and Gomorrah are by Masada, that the grain houses of Joseph are just outside of the Pyramid of Zoser, that there are anchors to Noah's Ark spread out all over the countryside of Daripanar. I get so many stupid things repeated so often. Senamut is Joseph. That's another stupid thing I get a lot. It's hard to not be affected emotionally when you are surrounded by unwavering, unrepentant, unassailable stupidity. Okay? You know, you can love them. Anchors, yeah. Anchors, they the heck? Anchors? Yeah, they call them drogue stones. World's worst anchors. Big, massive boulders with a hole in the top. I mean, there's all sorts of crazy stuff going along. Like I got one. That was it. Shalit, King Shalit from Manetho, first king of the Hyksos, was Joseph. Shalit is actually Sarah Dagon, Prince of Dagon. Okay, if you haven't figured out the name of that, where that name comes from, it's just bizarre. But they're claiming that this king was Joseph. So I've gotten that recently a fair bit. So this Dagon worshipping king is now supposed to be Joseph. It's like, I mean, that whole Joseph's grain silos outside of Zozer's pyramid. I filmed that. So world's worst silos, world's worst grain silos. Oh yeah, they don't have to mention it in the Bible, Mama. They're just making this stuff up out of whole cloth. Ron Wyatt saw this huge hole in the ground and said, "Oh, that's got to be Joseph's. This third dynasty too. It's got to be Joseph's. It's got to be Joseph's grain silos." It's like so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, and it's so stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it goes into delusional thinking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Joshua's long day is another example of this, where the earth actually stood still. Yeah, the Bible never says the earth actually stood still. And more than that, the language is definitely Omen language. And that's consistent with their culture. Omen language is consistent with their culture.
I don't remember the exact.
Oh, it's Joshua 10, I think. If I can find it here quickly. And Josh, yeah, the text of that Oops, where is it now? Joshua 10. Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the sons of Israel, and he said in the sight of Israel, O sun, stand still at Gibeon, and O moon in the valley of Ajalon. So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation avenged themselves. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stopped in the middle of the sky and did not hasten to go for about a whole day. Yeah, this is omen language, is what this is. We find examples of this in Assyrian omen language. So, so it's not saying it stood still. For you're the Most High. Joseph is Salatis, Imhotep, and every other Egyptian.
He's really
He's a schizophrenic time traveler is what he is. Joseph is the blessed time traveler. Maybe he's the doctor. I don't know. Doctor Who? Joseph. That's who. So yeah, when he's been Salatis, he's been Imhotep, he's been Senenmut, he's been Sobek Hopetep. Oh my goodness. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I'm just waiting.
Gustavus Octavius, I'm just waiting for someone to claim Joseph is actually King Tut. Mary Minell Wyatt claims that King Tut is the firstborn son that died in the Passover of the king. I kid you not. She thinks that King Tut was the firstborn son of Akhenaten who died in the Passover, not a king in his own right. Oh. Mama says, do you think it comes out of a desperation for there to be evidence of Joseph's existence in a separate secular manner? I think it's a combination of things. To some extent, there's probably some desperation involved. I think in other cases, it's cherry-picked evidence where someone saw a couple things that sort of matched and then ran with it without considering all the evidence. Sometimes it's just plain hucksterism. Sometimes it's to fleece the flock. Grifting. Yeah, a lot of it is grifting and fraud. Yeah. Gustavo Octavius. How does she even reach that conclusion? Gaius Octavius, sorry. A long day. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the whole idea that King Tut was the son that died. Well, I mean, we had, what was his name now? That claimed, the son of Amenhotep the second was the son that died in the Passover. Not Frank Turek. What was it? Ted. It wasn't Ted Knight. It was one of those ABR guys. Yeah, long list of goons. What was his evidence for that? Nothing. He had no evidence from it. It was just crazy. Just crazy. And we're getting it from all sides. We're getting weird stuff from everywhere. So how do you study history without getting emotional? When you find out, you let me know.
Emotional is not antithetical to reasonable and logical.
Yeah, it's not antithetical to reasonable and logical, as Mrs. Producer just said.
You can be emotional,
yeah,
and be highly logical highly evidential.
But, you get a lot of guys who just try to convince you. And when you tell them, well, you can't convince me on this because the evidence is not on your side, a lot of them will just repeat what they said. And at that point, you just are not in a logical conversation anymore, and you kind of have to recuse yourself at that point, because what you're dealing with at that point is somebody who's sort of stepped outside of the evidence to a prior commitment. If they stepped outside to a prior commitment, there's really nothing you can do. That's a faith proposition, and you can't argue a faith proposition. So, DBC said, don't read history if you don't want to get emotional. Fortunately, there is that aspect of it. Because, history will affect you in one way or the other. You'll either get mad at what people chose to do in the past. You'll get mad at what people are recounting that happened in, today. It's gonna affect you. It's gonna affect you one way or the other. We can't really separate ourselves from our past. And this is our past. Maybe a distant past, but still our past. So it's kind of hard to separate yourself from any of that. Okay, we're going to go into the next one here. A follower of Ichthys for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you seen the debate between inspiring philosophy and Muslim Orthodox? If so, what are your thoughts? I have not seen it. I have not watched it. I haven't had time. I've been really, really busy with publishing commitments over the last 3 months, so I've not been keeping up on internet drama, as it were. So, unfortunately, yeah, not much. I haven't been just keeping up to date on that stuff. Mama says, evidence only reaches through dogma to those who have been overriding deference for truth. Yeah, but unless you have that prior commitment to deference for the truth, dogma's going to win. It's going to win every time. All right, next one here is from... Cereal asks, what do you think of Answers in Genesis' view? There was no first intermediate period. The dark ages of the first intermediate period have been confused with the dark ages of the second intermediate period. I think that's complete nonsense. I think that's an attempt to use Velikovsky to try to rationalize a shortening of the chronology to justify their 2350 BC flood date. That's what I think it is. Okay. There's no doubt that the first intermediate period was a thing. It was because it's they had a civil war. And the combatants were different. Okay? Second intermediate period, you had a civil war too. In the second intermediate period, it was against the Hyksos versus the Thebans. That was that civil war. But the first intermediate period also had a civil war between the Thebans and the Heracleopolians. And the Heracleopolians were basically the rightful rulers at the time. Okay? So, different war, different circumstances, different outcomes. So I think this idea that Velikovsky proposes that the first intermediate period is just confused with the dark ages of the second is nonsense. It's complete and utter nonsense. No. There's no foundation for this whatsoever. This is empty conjecture once again. Ooh, ah, ooh. Yeah, it's an empty conjecture Friday. A lot of empty conjecture today. Okay, Smiling Bonbon for $2 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Giving back to the community, sponsoring a random question. Well, We've covered most of them, but I'll take the next non-super chat and we will do it in your honor. Let me find one here. Yeah, we do definitely do that. So got some. I'll have to go back to 816 here. Let's see here. Non-super chat. Already answered that one. Oh boy. This is why I like it when people quote the super chat they want to sponsor. We appreciate you giving back to the community. It really helps. I'll take Dark Blades here. They did basically ancient warriors use melee spears or throwing spears like javelins. They used both, but they used them differently. Okay, your infantry used melee spears. Okay, these are basically big, heavy shaft-like spears that were not meant for throwing. You could throw them in a pinch, but they were your primary weapon. Okay, throwing spears like javelins were used on chariots. Okay, so it depends on if you were a charioteer or infantry. If you were in charioteer, you might have a melee spear, but you also had javelins, and your archer might switch. So while one guy's driving the chariot, the driver is driving the chariot, the weapons guy, he's either going to be flinging arrows out there, or he's going to be throwing javelins. Okay? And there was a holster on Egyptian chariots just for javelins. So your typical foot soldier didn't have javelins. Typically not. It was just extra weight to carry. But there's a lot of but if you're your infantry, you've got a melee spear. A charioteer may or may not have a melee spear, but he definitely has javelins. So again, it's just going to depend on which part of the army you're part of. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you, Bon Bon, for giving back to the community. We really, really appreciate that. And thank you so much for doing that. We really appreciate you starting to give back. We're so grateful for that. Mama says, but was the chariot holster made of gold? No, it wasn't. It was made of leather. We do have some. There was one recovered from Tut's tomb, and it was leather. So, good times. Good times. All right, let's get back to where we were 8 something. Okay, let's see. I have to go back and find where I left off. All right, there's the previous one. Okay. Oliver Hoover for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think of Ortiz and Coyle's 2020 article on the Merneptah Stela and Israel in the Transjordan? It was in an excellent Fortress essay book for Hoffmeyer. An essay of yours is there too. I haven't read it, honestly. I have a copy of that book because I was a contributor to it, but I haven't read his article on this. I do need to catch up on some of my reading. But time is just has not been on my side. So now that you've pointed that out, I'll probably go back and read that. But I have not read that so far, so I can't answer. But it probably is very interesting. Wait 20 minutes, I'll go read it and come back. I don't think we'll make them wait, but
That's maybe next week or the weekend.
Ask maybe in a few weeks. I might get around to it finally. But yeah, I've been so busy though. So but that would not have been on my immediate to read list anyway. So it's probably very good because Ortiz is a very good archaeologist and a very good writer, and this is sort of his specialization. He's head excavator at Gezer. So, this is his area of expertise, that Israel and the Transjordan, especially during the time of Merneptah. So, it's probably quite good. Next one, from Oliver Hoover for $5. Just to clarify, Ortiz and Coyle's article deals with Am's location. I'm not surprised. You would have to at least deal with Am's location to some extent if you're doing a if you're doing an article on the Merneptah Stela. So you pretty much have to deal with that in some way. But I don't know what his answer was, so can't say. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, it doesn't remind me I need to leave the article. Okay, BC4YT for $10 Australian. Thank you so very much. Could you please make a Monday video, tracing backwards from modern history back into Egyptian history as far as we can reliably go before dates get fuzzy, with some synchronisms for proof? Oh, no small ask there.
Short answer?
Short answer to that question is no. The trace from modern history back into Egyptian history is a more difficult proposition than it sounds. It keeps learning. That's a dissertation. Yeah, I'll say.
So for those who are looking at going into the field, of which we have several of them, here's your dissertation handed to you on this book.
Here's what you'd have to. Let me put it this way. I'm going to. Smiley Bonbon puts a sticker here saying with a scream on it. Super sticker. You can't see the scream, but boy, is it there. I'll highlight it. Pin. Where can I pin it? Can I pin it? Should be able to pin it.
Pin it at the top and then they can...
Yeah, it's not letting me pin it. All right, but yeah, that does require a scream. Here's how you'd have to do this, and it's not easy. All right. Okay, so you're going to trace through medieval European history. That's basically, if you're going to start from modern history, you're going to probably start at the early modern period, which is sort of when history starts to get... We're pretty sure of almost everything that happened in early modern history and on, as far as its dates. So you're going to trace that back through several lines of kings in European monarchies. Okay? Then you're going to arrive in the Roman period. There's going to be some haziness around, say, the medieval period. There's going to be some haziness there. Okay? But there's enough that we got enough to go on there from the church documents that we have a pretty solid view of that history, all the way back to at least the Roman Republic. Okay. Now, here's where it's going to get strange. Because you're going to go back to the Roman Republic. And then you're going to have to make a jump. You're going to have to make a jump to the Parthians. Okay? And you're going to have to go through Parthian history. And you're going to have to go back through Parthian history until you hit the Persians. Once you hit the Persians, then you got to go back through Persian history And then I'm going to have to go back through Assyrian history. Now, once you hit Syrian history, and early Persian, late Assyrian history, then basically the Neo-Assyrian Empire, then you can make the jump over to Egyptian history. And once you're in Egyptian history, you can start going back. Now, your dates as far as Egyptian history are going to get muddled around the Third Intermediate Period, which means you're going to have to consult Assyrian history again, just a different period of it. We're going to have to consult the early Kassite Dynasty 2 as it relates to other dynasties. That's a Kassite dynasty, that's Babylon. So you're going to go reference Babylon. Assyrian history is going to confirm Babylonian history, and then Babylonian history is going to go back and confirm Egyptian history in the New Kingdom. Okay? Now, you're already at this point seeing some we're back to Bonbud's confused face. Oh boy. Good times. Good times. You're still okay, so you're gonna go back and then you're gonna cross-reference, you're gonna get some synchronisms between the Kassites, the Assyrians, the Hittites, and Egyptian history. The last sort of major synchronism you're going to have for Egyptian history is going to be between Neferhotep I and Hammurabi. That's the last major synchronism that ties two great empires. You're going to get some minor synchronisms between various within intra-dynasty synchronisms for the various groups after that, but the important ones, the cross-empire synchronisms, that last one is going to be between Dynasty 13 and Dynasty 1 of Babylon. Okay, and then after that, you just have king's lists. So then after that, you're just more or less doing the dead reckoning method after that. So dates start getting fuzzy, and not so much at Dynasty 12, but say when you get to say just the early part of Dynasty 11, things start getting really fuzzy. And that's when you hit the First Intermediate Period. And the dates there are really fuzzy. Okay? And there's a lot of error for that, those dates. Old Kingdom, same deal. But less so than First Intermediate Period. So your last sort of reliable synchronism is going to be in the 18th century BC. That's going to be your last reliable synchronism. So after that, things get fuzzy, but there's also so much history after that, before that, that we know that at least it extends for another 1,500 years back of recorded history. So we know that there's at least another 1,500, if not another several thousand years, not several thousand, 1,500 to 3,000 years of recorded history prior to 1800. So, but it's just not recorded in the way that, say, we would say on text as such. But things like wine dockets, small inscriptions on jars, ostraca, that sort of thing. So, it doesn't provide you with proof of dates, but it does provide you with proof of longevity of reigns. So that does. So, But if you fleshed all that out, that would be several hours of video. So the short answer is no, you're not getting a video. Not on this one.
But you'll get the
But you got the answer anyway. Mom gave us a super sticker with popcorn. Nice, nice, nice. See, Jack Ray also gave us a blindy face sticker here. Oh, good times, good times. All right. Okay, next one here. Next super chat from BC4YT for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Skeptics often demand signed personal accounts and citations of eyewitnesses from New Testament documents. But do we have anything like that from the first century? Seems an unreasonable standard. Yeah, we don't. I mean, basically, people knew what was written because in the scrolls, they would basically put the name of the author on the outside. So if you were picking up a Suetonius' history, the scroll would have on the outside of it Suetonius' name. That's how they catalog these things. Okay? It's not like they had no cataloging system at all. I mean, these documents were often held in public libraries. So for something to be in a public library, there had to be some sort of cataloging system, even for the Romans. So if something was done by Herodotus, they would write Herodotus' name on the outside. They did the same thing with New Testament documents. For the Gospels, they would put on Luke on the outside to identify it as Luke. So it's not that people didn't sign these things. We have a few documents where people said that they wrote this in their own hand. They took it, they wrote through an amanuensis, which is a scribe, and then put in some final parting words themselves. We have an example of this from one of the Pauline epistles, where Paul says, I write this in my own hand. So he's adding his own text right to the end. Apart from what the scribe has basically recorded from his dictation. So, but we don't have anything, even amongst, say, Roman documents, that were signed personal accounts that were verified signed. It is an unreasonable standard. I mean, you can find the writings of Cicero. You can find his writings. Did he sign any of them personally? No. He did what all Roman senators do, was he had an amanuensis, and he dictated it, and they wrote it down. Why write it yourself when you can get a slave to do it? It's essentially.
Also, they're doing the thinking. So
Yeah.
A lot of people find just talking is easier.
Yeah. So they're basically dictating it. It's like talking into a dictation machine or Dragon Speak, something like that, and having it be typed out for you. So, but you're not going to find any accounts that basically have a signature, as it were, from any period of Roman history. It just wasn't a thing. Even the Greeks didn't do this. So, it's like it's creating your horizon of evidence so narrow that you don't have to accept anything except what you want to accept. That's essentially what this is. So. All right, next one here. Answered that already. Slightly reformed for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, building on my First John question from last time, which I do not remember because I had so many questions last time that I don't remember anything. You asked a question last time? I'm surprised, shocked, because I don't remember it. When does sin cut someone off from a state of grace in your view? Is it a process of falling away, or is it an immediate loss of justification? Thanks. Okay, here's what I would say is sort of the dividing line. It's going to come down to this. Are you in an unrepentant state of chronic sin? Now, listen to that very, very carefully. An unrepentant state of chronic sin. Okay? So the sin has to be chronic. You're committing it constantly. And you're unrepentant about it. It doesn't bother you. In fact, you glorify in it. So, for sin to cut someone from a state of grace, they have to not only just be unrepentant of the sin, but they have to glorify in it. And it has to become a chronic condition. Okay? So, when we talk about unrepentant sin, let's say you palmed a $5 bill and you shouldn't have. You stole $5, but you don't do it all the time. It was a one-off. And you didn't repent of it because it was such a small amount you forgot about it. Yes, it was theft, but you know it's theft. You wouldn't do it again. That was convenient. Okay? You're not in a state of chronic theft. Okay? You're not chronically stealing things. Okay? You know stealing is wrong. And you've repented of your sins in general. You're agreeing with God that theft is wrong. So even though you did this wrong act, you just are going to, okay, you're going to not do it again. Okay? So you're not cut off from grace at that point. You might need to confess it to God at some point if you remember it. But if you happen to forget about it, probably not a big deal. Because you're not cut off at that point. Not chronic. It's not a pattern of sin. You're not glorifying it. And you're not unrepentant of it. Now, let's say you think, I don't know, pick lying. You think lying is great. You think it's wonderful. You know it's wrong. You don't care because you love it. You glorify in it. You oppose God's view on this. You're now in a state of unrepentant chronic sin. That would be enough to cut you off from a state of grace. Because what you've done is you've changed sides on the amnesty. Here's what defines the amnesty. The amnesty is defined as, do you agree with God against sin, or do you agree with sin against God? That's what defines which side of the amnesty you're on. And it's a mindset. It's a perpetual, chronic mindset. So, if you fall away from the faith, it tends to be not an immediate thing, although it can sometimes be immediate. But more often, it's usually little steps that take you away, slowly, bit by bit, step by step. And usually it comes down to moral decisions. You know, shacking up with a boyfriend prior to, you know, and basically saying, oh, you know, this is okay. I like it. It does me good. That's reveling in the sin against God. It's these little tiny steps that lead you, basically the way of iniquity. This is the way of iniquity. Iniquity doesn't happen overnight. It's little wrong decisions that take you off the side of the amnesty with God and on the amnesty into the side with sin. So what do you say here? In other words, like that verse says, chronic unrepentant sin is when sin is fully grown and gives birth to death. Yeah. So that's what will take you out of the amnesty. It's chronic sin that you are not repentant for. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
I mean, you can be Luther and get hung up on every time.
Yeah.
Never go forward. But that's different. Human.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Is it a lifestyle?
Yeah. That match, he says, that matches my experiences when I've in the past been in repeat sin and apathetic about repentance. I feel a palpable hardening of the heart and it spooks me. Well, it should. Yeah. You know, we must attend to our faith, you know. So, yeah. He says, sincerely thanks for answering. Oh, you're most welcome. We really, this is why we do this, is to support the people in the faith to hopefully be stronger in the faith. So, all right, let's move on to the next one here. Next one. Okay, we got Mama's here. Member question. Thank you very much for the question. She says, my attempt to persuade went as well as you thought it would. Oh dear, I am so sorry. But the entire board is now aware of your review of Young's Pharaohs of the Bible, and my spring schedule is just opened up for new things. Oh boy. I was afraid of this. Story that happened. That also tells you where their hearts are. You know, that tells you where they're at. So, I kind of thought it would go that way, but,
She said there were several other people. Can she form her own?
no, yeah, if she can form her own group, you know, who knows? Jack Ray says, but that guy was horrible. Yeah, he was. He was really bad. You know, he was teaching downright lies. She says, yeah, I did my best. I have peace that I did all I could. Well, you know, that's all you can do. You know, you pray for them, and it's just, you have to leave it in God's hands at that point. Mama says, it's prayer from here on out, and that's the best approach. You know, keep them in your prayers, because unfortunately, they're teaching students who will end up not knowing, thinking they know something and they don't. So, Jack Ray says he was as bad as TikTok Dawa guy. Well, yeah, they're pretty bad. I admit. Mama says, to be fair, he was there without the permission or knowledge of the board. Really? Really? Wow. Mama says, this was something they discovered through this process. Yeah. How can he be there without the permission of the board?
Just one individual invited?
I don't
Did he
know.
just show up? More details.
BC4YT says they're making future atheists. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Mama says the teachers brought him in without clearing it. Oh, you gotta... Wow, that's a structural issue. Yikes. Mama says he was filling in. Oh, double yikes. Wow. Dang. Dang, he was a sub.
Wow.
Sub, and he's teaching that stuff. Yikes-o.
Yeah. Well, I hope at least the board made a resolution that he's permanently back.
Okay, slightly reforms confused. What's the context of this? I don't think I remember hearing of if this topic. Who is this guy? His name's Brian Young. He's a creationist who decided to talk about Egyptian history and how we all don't know our Egyptian history because apparently David Down and David Roll are apparently the experts on this. Yeah, it's the latest popcorn review. I'll put a link in there and you can look at it later.
It's seriously bad.
Yeah, this is one of the worst cases of one of the worst videos I've ever popcorn reviewed. So, see if I can find it here quickly. There it is. So I'll take that up. I'll just grab the link here. Come on, link me. Let's see.
On par with Ron White.
Oh yeah, this guy's definitely on par with Ron Wyatt. Okay, that's the link. You can watch it on your free time here. Yeah, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. So I think that's the link. Is that the link? Make sure I didn't copy something else by mistake here. Yep, that's it. Yeah, Brian Young. I mean, it's just this was nuts. Slightly reformed of creations speaking authoritatively about stuff outside their field. Color to me shocked. Well, I mean, Egyptian history is hard to get right at the best of times. It's hard to get right at the best of times. But it's just, this guy was out in left field. I mean, totally out in left field. So, and this is one of those, how to say it, 6,000-year-old Earth creationists. One of those guys. So, Mama says, I was asked why I didn't speak up more at the time, and I explained that I didn't know just how bad his teaching was. Well, yeah. You can't be expected to know everything. I mean, who'd even use that as an excuse? It's like, okay, the correct answer here is not that I didn't know at the time how bad it was. That's not the correct answer. The correct answer is here, oh, we messed up. We didn't have the right oversight. We're going to fix that, and we're not going to repeat this. That's the correct answer. Don't blame the victim. Jeez Louise. Don't blame the victim. Don't blame the victim's parents. Okay? It's not your job, Mama, to be able to filter every bad decision the board makes. It is the board's responsibility, though, to correct a problem once it is discovered. Good grief. It's just stuff like this that just really annoys me. Oh, yeah. Bonbon says, according to such people, thousands of Egyptologists and archaeologists around the world are secretly conspiring to keep the truth about Egypt from coming out. And he, with no previous education, knows better. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, who's paying you to say that? I get this a lot. Who's paying you to... Is George Soros paying you to lie about Ron Wyatt?
Like the logic. Jack Ray. Less a Cobra hat or Chupacabra. Chupacabra sucked the life out of fun. And BC says, Jack, are you saying Ron is cryptic?
Jack Ray says, less a Cobra hat and more Chupacabra. If Chupacabra sucked the life out of fun. Yeah, well. BC4YT. Jack, are you saying Ron is a cryptid? And then we get this BC4YT for $2 Australian. Thanks for the super chat. Is Ron Wyatt a cryptid? Mary Nell might be a cryptid, though. Jeez. You never see her come out in public. Never see her in public. She sends her new husband, Randall Lee, to talk for her. So, right. She might be a cryptid.
BC super chat.
Yes, I saw it. Mama says, they weren't trying to blame me, to be fair. They were just trying to figure out what happened, and it didn't happen at the time. But yes, their response has not inspired confidence on the whole. It wouldn't, no.
That's a huge responsibility.
Yeah.
To be in charge of what is.
Yeah, it's a huge responsibility to be in charge of what's taught. So it's like, this is one of the greatest experiences or responsibilities we have as educators, is to make sure that our materials and what we taught is done with competence and with expertise. Okay? If you don't have expertise, at least do it with competence. It's just crazy. Just crazy. So, all right, let's move on here. I think we've covered this. Again, I'm sorry, Mama, for what happened here.
Planting seeds.
Yeah, she's planting seeds, but I'm sorry it ended up this way. I wish it had been otherwise. Okay, we can always wish that they reacted other. And it's unfortunate that most of the time people don't act in a righteous way. So, I'm sorry. Mama says, barring a second order miracle, we are not participating in co-op this spring, and it sucks. And that's hard on the kids, and I'm sorry about that too. Really sorry about that. Let's see here. Just take this one quickly here. From Fangandonian? Fangandonian? I don't know how to say it. Fanged Onion? I guess it's Fanged Onion. Hi, I'm new to your channel. Are you Catholic or Protestant? I do not reveal my doctrinal affiliation. Okay? So one of the things you'll learn here is I'm a Christian. My producer's a Christian. But we do not reveal our denomination. Okay? We don't even reveal it in broad categories. So you just got to guess and learn from this as we teach. Okay? So, welcome, and we hope you enjoy the channel. Slightly reformed. Mama, when you said co-op, are you referring to homeschooling? Yeah, she's referring to homeschooling. I was homeschooled and co-op was awesome. So yeah, that's a bummer. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's very much a bummer. Mama says the 14-year-old cried, which made me want to cry anger tears. We'll pray for you. We'll pray for you and your family. We know what this meant to your family, um so yeah, we'll definitely be praying for them. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Mr. White asks, did God take away Pharaoh's free will in the Exodus? No. He just channeled it. Okay? Now, in the we get 3 times where it's not for you. Where Pharaoh is said to Pharaoh hardens his heart. Pharaoh hardens his heart. Then God hardens his heart. So Pharaoh has made the selection already to harden his heart by the time God affirms essentially his choice. And he says, okay, you're going to go down that road. We're going to continue going down that road. The free will was there. Pharaoh could have exercised that free will at any time. And he chose not to. So, and this can happen, where you get into a pattern of repetitive sin so much that God says, okay, you stole 2-3 cars. You're going to continue stealing cars until you get caught. So that happens. And this happened. This is what the consequences of repetitive sin is. Sometimes eventually it catches up to you. And God doesn't let you out of it. So, yeah, it happens. Mama said here, okay, now I'm crying, but at least they are good tears. Thanks, my friends. It's our pleasure. Yeah, we're here to support you however we can. So, give the family our love. Give the family our love because we are continuing to pray for you and your family. Okay. Next one here. I'll just take this one here, answer this one quickly because we've answered this one before. Do you think the saints actually resurrected in Matthew or that it was apocalyptic language? It's both. It's both. But apocalyptic language has no meaning unless there's an actual resurrection of the saints. So, now, there's probably limits to what was being resurrected, okay? The way Jewish burials typically worked in the first century was you basically wrapped up the body, you stuck it into a limestone cave where the flesh was eaten away. Then a year later, the family came back, collected the bones, and put them in an ossuary. Okay? Because Christ's ministry was only 3 years, there's not a lot of dead saints. Okay? Probably some, but not a lot. So it's not that like you got the zombie apocalypse walking around the hillside there. Okay? What you did probably have was people who were recently deceased, whose bones were still in the same location, not mixed across ossuary boxes, and, they were just, say, resurrected after just the being recently deceased. So I think it's probably a little bit of both here. It was both apocalyptic language and some resurrected saints. And we have to remember, not very many people believed in Jesus back then. So the fact that you had a few people wandering around here would not have drawn that much attention. So a little bit of both. Okay, next one here. Okay, I'll take this one here from Warrior of the Most High. In English-dominated modern world, should scholars still learn languages like German and French? And it's not the question. It's not question stacking. Which language would you recommend learning? Yes. Here's the thing: if you're going to be doing a PhD, you need German and French in almost every field. While it's not as important as it once was, a lot of output is still done in French and German, and you can't get around it.
And a lot of texts simply don't translate.
Yeah, and a lot of texts don't translate easily.
You see in a lot of papers, assumption, and they're just talking in English, and then suddenly it jumps to German.
Yeah,
and they don't translate to German.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of articles will basically quote the German directly without translation, so you do need to know the German. French, English, and German are considered scholarly languages. So, yeah, you need all three. So, Smiley Bonbon, what about Chinese? Only if your area of study includes Chinese. Chinese is not an academic language. So you generally do not need Chinese for doing ancient Near Eastern stuff. If you're doing Chinese history, oh, absolutely you need Chinese at that point. So at that point, you really do need this. Fang Onion asks, how many languages do you speak? I don't speak any languages except English. My speaking is terrible. I read 13 languages. Okay? That's not including programming languages. That's not including conlangs I've made up. But 13 natural languages, not including English. English, you'd add a 14th. But I read 13 ancient and modern languages. Okay? I'm trying to add a few more to my list, too. Trying to pick up a little bit of Latin. I still need to really get down into Hittite as well. Okay, so, but yeah, I know German and French as well. That's part of the scholarly cadre. Now, I had actually done French, and I mean, I took French in high school, so I was covered there. German I took in grad school. Yeah, Latin for the post. Interesting. Exactly. Yeah, definitely for the post. Interesting. I do encounter some things in Latin, though, that it would be really, really handy to know Latin. So there are times when Latin would come in really handy. Do you know Spanish? That's my natural language. No, I don't know Spanish. Mrs. Producer has taken Spanish, but I haven't taken Spanish. So I've never done Spanish. Picked up a few words of Spanish when I lived in California, but no, my Spanish is very weak. But yeah, Warrior of the Most High. If you want to go into deep academia, unless you're doing something that's really particular to English, you need German and French also. Like for just one, like for example, if you were to do, say, become a Jonathan Edwards scholar. Let's say you want to become a Jonathan Edwards scholar. Jonathan Edwards only wrote in English. And nobody in the French or German world cares about Jonathan Edwards. He's a strictly American theologian that they don't care about in the slightest. Then you don't have to learn French or German. Now I was in a class once with a bunch of PhD students. And of course I was, doing all my languages. And there was this student from China, and he said to me, or he said to the class, they told him that he had to learn German, okay, because he wanted to do his thesis, his dissertation on Martin Luther, okay, and he was shocked when his supervisor, his academic supervisor, told him in front of the whole class he needed to learn German. And he goes, "But I already have a second language. I learned English." And they said, "Yeah, but that's not going to get you through a PhD on Martin Luther. Martin Luther's language that he's considered authoritative in is German." He was very unhappy about that. Story time with Uncle Dave, yeah. Yeah, it is a bit. Yeah, so he was a Chinese student. He was naturally speaking Mandarin. He had learned English to go to this seminary, and then he discovered he had to learn German on top of it because of his choices of what he wanted to do his dissertation on. That happens.
Noble goals.
Yeah, noble goals, yeah.
Bring Luther's ideas into the Chinese.
Yeah. Bonbon says, "I don't think there's even a single person in this whole universe who wants to become a Jonathan Edwards scholar. You would be surprised." Oh boy, you'd be surprised. I knew about 5 or 6 of them when I was at Trinity. That he was like one of the popular subjects. And he says, "I don't think anyone knows Jonathan Edwards except for Jonathan Edwards." Oh, no.
No, it's really big, and
He's
if you look at
he's the United States leading theologian.
If you look at ETS schedule, there's whole blocks.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you go to for example, the Evangelical Theological Society, there's whole blocks of programming just on Jonathan Edwards. Bonbon adds here, I'd be like, "Can I change my PhD topic?"
Yeah, Jack Ray just said what I was going to mention. Sinners in the hands of an angry God.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack Ray goes, "Come on, sinners in the hands of an angry God?" Oh, yeah. Oh, he was deeply, deeply influential in American theology. So, DBC, John Piper contributed to the popularity of Edwards in the past 4 decades. There's been a lot of Kenneth Conser did too. Kenneth Conser did. Sweeney did. There's a lot of Edwards scholars out there. So yeah, Jack Ray goes, "First Great Awakening to American Revolutionary War in the U.S." Yeah. Yeah, he was part of that First Great Awakening.
He's a powerful preacher.
Yeah, he was a very powerful preacher, and his stuff is still very poignant today. Very poignant today. He talks a lot about compromise, all that stuff. Many of the issues we deal with today, he still talked about back during the First Great Awakening. So absolutely, it was. Yeah, he was and is an important figure in American theological history. Bonbon goes, "Well, now I feel embarrassed that I never heard of him until now." Well, you don't live in the United States either, so, you wouldn't be exposed to that in the way some of us would have been, so. Yeah, if you're in Europe, you've never heard of him.
Yeah, Canadians have never heard.
Canadians are more likely to hear from him just because of the evangelical washover. But But yeah, it's one of those things that you. Let's see. Next one here is Steve K for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you agree more with Christians who advocate full abortion, abolition of abortion, or with incrementalists? Is there biblical justification for one side? There's biblical justifications for both sides, and I don't have an opinion on this. I would like to see full abolition, but I'm also not going to force full abolitionism. Okay? Uh, is there? I would definitely welcome full abolition. I think it's a horrible stain in our culture. I think it is child murder. It is child murder. And there's really not a good way around that. So, I think if you want God's blessing upon your nation, I think it's almost a prerequisite that you basically eliminate that horrible blight upon our society. So yeah, but I don't have a. I can go either way on that one, as far as to fully abolish or to incrementalize it. Uh, Bonbon, I'm in Canada. Oh, you're in Canada now. Whereabouts in Canada? Whereabouts are you in Canada? I didn't know you. I thought you were still over in Israel. Well, let me know where you are. But evangelicals don't have a major presence where I live. I've never met one in real life. I mostly meet Catholics, Orthodox. I've met some mainstream Protestant types and liberals. Okay. Well, there are some evangelicals in. I think it's about 20% of Canadians are evangelicals, but you're right. Most of them are going to be mainline Protestants, Catholics, and Orthodox. Uh, Not so much Orthodox. The evangelicals do outnumber the Orthodox in Canada, but Catholics and mainline Protestants will outnumber the evangelicals here. So, out there in Canada, eh? Yeah. I'm just wondering why he would want to come here. I mean, he had sunshine in Israel. Now he doesn't have that anymore. Bumman says, I'm on the East Coast, on the opposite side of the country. Well, okay. At least take advantage of the fish if you're out that far. Um, uh, yeah, if you're out in the Maritimes, do take advantage of all the fish out there. Definitely. That's the only thing it's got going for him. Newfie. Maybe he's Newfie. I don't know. Okay. Next one here. Getting pretty close to the end here, which is fine. Let's do a quick check. What am I doing here? Settings. Okay. I think we're getting really close to the end. Oh, there's one. John for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Genesis 31:53 says Nahor and Terah worship God alongside Abraham. Okay. Genesis 31 2053. Okay. Yeah, it's No, it's not quite saying that Nahor and Terah worshipped God alongside Abraham.
Okay.
This is at Mitzpah, where Laban meets with Jacob and settles matters. Jacob wants to leave with his grandsons and his wives and his sheep and all the possessions he'd basically earned over 20 years of working for Laban. Laban doesn't want to see his daughters go or his grandsons. Okay, he wants to possess them. So when it comes here to the swearing, this is a oath formula. Okay, this is a covenant formula. In verse 53, and it says, "The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us." So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Okay. Now, the God of Nahor is identified as the God of their father. It's not the same as the God of Abraham. There's two gods being mentioned there. Let's see if we can get a. Take just a brief look at the Hebrew here. It's going to take just to make sure that I get this right here. Okay, the God of Abraham is on verse 53 here. God of Abraham and the God of Nahor. Okay, so it's call imperfect, third person masculine plural. Okay, plural. That's what I thought. Just had to make sure of this. Always check the details in the Hebrew before you put your neck out on the line here. Okay. So, this passage in 53 here. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, may they judge and it's they judge between us. Okay? So, that means the subjects of judge are in the plural. So, this is not the same God. These are two different gods. So, Abraham, the God of Abraham, is different than the God of Nahor. And again, we can figure this out from, again, from the conjugation of judge. If this was the same God, it would use the singular. Basically, if this was referring to one God that was the same God, the judge would be in the singular. But because it's in the plural here, it's two different gods. Okay? So, in the case here of Genesis 31:53, saying that Nahor and Terah worship God alongside of Abraham, that's not correct. They're different gods being worshipped here. So I hope that explains this. But again, you always have to look when you deal with these sort of passages. You always have to look at the conjugation of the verb. The conjugation of the verb, the number of the subject of the verb will tell you what you need to know. So again, DBC asks a follow-up here. isn't the plural because Elohim being plural for both the God of Abraham and Nahor? No, that's not how that works. Okay, that's not how this works. If this was the magnificent plural, magnificent plurals are still in the singular. They're morphologically plural, but the verb is conjugated in the singular. Okay? So Elohim being plural, if this was the plural, not the basically the numeric plural versus, say, the majestic plural. The majestic plural is, like, you can see this, for example, in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created, God Elohim. It's in the majestic plural, but bara is in the singular. Okay? This is how we can tell the majestic plural from, say, the numeric plural, is by the number of the subject of the verb. Here, the number of judge between us is in the plural. And a majestic plural for two of the subjects, referring to the same subject, would be in the singular. So, unfortunately, we'd love that if Nahor was a monotheist like Abraham, but it doesn't appear to be the case. And I think there's even some reference that that he is to abandon the gods of his fathers. Let me see if I can find that. See if I can find that. That's ancient. Yeah, okay, here it is. And Joshua 24:2. Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord your God, the God of Israel. From the ancient times your fathers lived beyond the river, namely Terah, the father of Abraham, the father of Nahor, and they served other gods." Okay? So Joshua confirms this reading, that what you're dealing with in Genesis 31:53 is not the same God. The God of the God of Nahor and Terah worshipped other gods than Elohim. So unfortunately, yeah, this is not the same God, as Nahor did not worship the same God as Abraham, and neither did Terah. DBC, the clearest proof is Rachel stole the gods of Laban, her father. Rachel stole teraphim. Okay. This one's interesting. Okay. I'm going to say this in
a way that doesn't violate.
In a way that does not violate community standards, okay? Rachel did not steal Laban's collection of divine idols. She stole his corn collection. Okay? That's what he stole. She stole. Mama says, the kids just got sent to bed, by the way. She says corn stash. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. That's the best way to put it. Yeah. Rachel stole Laban's corn stash. His box under the bed. Okay? Okay? That's what Rachel stole.
Wait. What?
BC 4YT. Wait. What? TBC says, what was Rachel's use for that? Think about it.
Bon, pretty much same portion as stash in this day and age.
Well, but who the heck had a corn stash in those times? Just about everybody. BC goes, what is going on?
Yeah.
Scott Worthen, this conversation meets my San Franciscan minimum king standard. Mama says, statutes, physical objects. No, oh no. No. All right. So, what Rachel stole is what is different than what Nahor and Tara are worshiping. Okay. Tara and Nahor are worshiping basically gods in the divine sense here. Okay? Rachel is stealing something very different from Laban. Not for piety reasons. Okay? And we'll just leave it at that. Mama, double skull. Jack Ray says, in Pompeii, the amount of long statues was large. It was kind of out there. Yeah, it was. Ancient peoples didn't have that standard of prudishness that many today do. So it was a thing. Yeah. It did remind me of a story I heard. True story. Peter Brandt, who's an Egyptologist, was invited to give a talk at Southwest Baptist Seminary. Okay? Southwestern Baptist Seminary. And
He brought pictures?
well, they put his laptop onto the wall slide on screen, and he had a large image of men as his background image. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that did not go over so great at that Baptist seminary. Yeah, he had to kind of explain that. Fanged onion. Embarrassing moment, I'll say.
Bon. He needs to watch his language, but yeah, that's one heck of a bedtime.
Ballman goes, that's one heck of a bedtime story. You only get the best here on Ancient Egypt and the Bible live streams. Only the best. Oh boy. Good times. Good times. All right, let's see. Do we have any? Oh, we got one more here. BC for 5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, thanks for answering my questions. I didn't realize the chronology project would be so massive, but now I have an outline and can start it myself. Awesome, go for it. We need more of those. We need more people doing this. And again, use a good piece of software to do it, because software will make this a lot easier. Okay? But again, thank you very much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it, and we're glad we could answer your questions.
You ready?
I think we're almost at the end of it. Oh, we still got. Okay, we only got one or two here, but I want to make sure I covered all the super chats here. Just make sure I get to the end of that. I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 an extra 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Really grateful for that. Thank you for your support of the channel. It really does help. We're almost at the end here, if not the end. Okay, we're at the end of the super chats. Okay, now if we're on to, we've covered most of the non-super chats here. We only have 3. Okay, let's take a look at those.
Going backwards, 11:02.
11:02. Right here. Did I miss the foodie portion? We didn't really have a foodie portion tonight. No, we didn't. Nobody brought up anything foodie. We need food. We're going to starve. Like those Assyrian gods huddling in the corner of their temples. Yeah, you said 11:02? 11:02. Okay. What is it?
Just 2 Samuel 21. What ends down?
Okay, we'll take that. The guy who likes booze. Okay. Should 2 Samuel 21 be understood as human sacrifice? And if so, is the death of Saul's descendants what ends the famine, or is it some other event? All right, let's take a look at that. I think I know what's being talked about here. 2 Samuel 21. Okay, here's the problem. Here's what's going on. There is a treaty between the Israelites and Gibeah. Okay? The Gibeonites were Amorites that basically said, yeah, we don't see this going well for us. So they signed a peace treaty with Israel. Okay? And in the witness of both gods. So it's a typical covenant agreement. Kind of like what you saw at the at Mizpah, where both sides are swearing in the name of their gods that they will not do harm to the other person and will come to each other's assistance in a time of need. Okay? But what happens is Saul attacks the Gibeonites, and he does a massacre. Okay? He basically kills a bunch of Gibeonites. Why? Just because he wanted to. They were in the way. So he does this massacre for no good reason. And, there's a famine that happens in the land, and, David consults the prophet and goes, hey, what's going on? Hey, there's this thing. Saul tarnished my name. Okay, so verse 2. The king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Thus David said to the Gibeonites, what should I do for you? How can I make an atonement that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And then verse 4. Then Gibeonites said to him, we have no concern of silver or gold with the house, or gold with Saul or his house, nor is it for us to put any man to death in Israel. And he said, I will do for you whatever you want. Basically, the Gibeons said, we don't really care. We want to just move on. You kind of gotta respect. You gotta respect the Gibeonites' point of view here, which is, we're keeping our side of the bargain. Just leave us alone. Let us be. We don't want any wrath. We don't want silver. We don't want gold. We don't want even a death on the heads of Saul or his house. Just let us do our thing.
We don't want to forgive you.
It could have been that too, but But that's sort of. I mean, they had the right to make demands. Okay, but here's the thing. The way these oaths work is you call on your god to punish you if you break the oath. Okay? The oath was broken. So Saul brought down the wrath of God on the people of the land. So, and he said, verse 4, I will do for you whatever you say. Okay, so he's not going to go away without making this right with his God. Verse 5, so they said to the king, the man who consumed us, who planned to exterminate us from remaining within the border of Israel, let 7 men from his sons be given to us, and we will hang them before the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, the chosen of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. Okay. So he just takes 7 of the house of Saul and hangs them as retribution. Okay? So to sort of clean the board, as it were, of the taint. Okay? So it shouldn't be understood as human sacrifice, but retribution, punishment. You can't punish Saul directly, he's dead. Okay? But you can punish his house. So it then comes to now corporate responsibility. The house of Saul is corporately responsible for the death of all those Gibeonites. So they didn't pick man for man. Okay? So it would have, yeah, a lot more would have died under that situation. They picked 7. They just picked the number of completeness. So they picked a symbolic. This is a token. Okay? This is a token retribution. So it's a token retribution to make amends, to show that the House of Saul could not get away with defying the treaty and their God in the process. So that's what's going on there. So it's not human sacrifice, it's retribution and a form of justice, as it were, so that the terms of the covenant could resume. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate, or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. See, we had Chow Yi for 6 here. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, what happens to gods when they starve? They whine. A lot. They get very obstreperous. They start complaining a lot. In the episode where I think, I don't know if it's Enuma Elish, but where the gods are starving in Mesopotamia, they're huddling in the dark corners of their temples, going, "We've got no humans to feed us. We're hungry and thirsty. We're wasting away." Our follower. Well, they did wipe them out. They wiped out humanity.
Well,
That was kind of stupid. They wiped out these Mesopotamian gods, wiped out humanity who was feeding them, and then had to make them again. So they whine a lot. Gods whine a lot when they starve. Oh yeah, Chow Yi. So it's hunger without death. Oh yeah, it's hunger without death. They don't die. They just waste away and whine a lot. Mama goes dum dums. Yeah, they're not very bright gods. Kill the people who are then feeding them just because they got into a snit. But they're whiny babies when they starve. Really whiny. Okay. What other non-super chat do we have? That's
10:55.
10:55. Okay.
I don't think this question is asked. They could remember reading that Genesis was written as plan against.
Um, 10:55. Okay, Hop asks, I don't think this question is on topic, but I might as well ask this. I vaguely remember reading that Genesis was written as a polemic against Egyptian religion and cosmology. Is that true? To a small extent, yes, it is true. There is a polemical aspect to at least Genesis 1 against, say, ancient Near Eastern religions and cosmologies. Okay. So there's a small portion of that which is true. Okay? But I've come to the thinking too that it's much widerly ritual and religious prolegomena. Okay? So that's what I think is going on there. It's more religious and ritual foundation than I think it is, say, polemic. But there is a small polemical aspect to it. Because in a lot of these not so much the Egyptian, but it's the Mesopotamian religions, you have gods defeating dragons, that the dragon splits in half and becomes the sky and the ground, and its blood becomes the sea and all that stuff. You don't see that in Genesis 1. You see a very sort of almost quiescent kind of creation where God just creates and it is. There's no great battles in the creation of the world. So in that respect, it is that polemic against the combative nature of ancient Near Eastern cosmologies, and theogonies. But I think it's less that than it is, say, religious and religious ritual propaganda. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for this for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, I have no information about that. So, Common Lurker puts in a super chat here. Can you answer my question in the chat if possible? Thank you for the super chat. Do you happen to know where Common Lurker's question was?
Tell him to restate.
Restate the question. It's easier for us if you restate the question. It'd probably take us half the night to scroll through this and find it. So, Common Lurker, restate the question. We won't ding you for doubling up. Just restate it, and we will. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. All right, but it'd be a lot. I remember vaguely the question. I just don't know where it is. Yeah, I don't have any idea where it is either. Yeah, I know I overlooked the question. I passed by the question, but if Common Lurker posts the question again, we'll take it. Okay. Warrior the Most High here. Here it is. Okay. Well, we'll take Lurker's question here. Mama reposted it. Are you aware of John R. Huddleston? Not really, no. I'm aware that he critiqued Kitchen and trying to place the 10 plagues in an Egyptian setting. Any thought on his attempt or arguments? I don't know. I don't know Huddleston's arguments. I'd need more information on this, really. I mean, if you could tell me what his argument was, I might be able to evaluate it on the fly. But I have not read his argument, so and that's why we sort of passed it by, because he's not an author I'm really that familiar with. So you would have to explain what his view is. Is he trying to place it in a certain time and date? What's his argument? So, a lot of people critique Kitchen for a lot of different reasons. So I can't really guess at what his critique was. So, I mean, some authors I'm very familiar with because they occur in the literature over and over and over again. Huddleston doesn't. He's not a big name in this sort of debate. I mean, he might be a big name elsewhere. I'm not saying he isn't a big name, but he doesn't appear in the sort of literature I peruse often. So,
plagues within Egyptian.
Okay, he just answered. He mentioned that some of the plagues of Egypt are also common in Mesopotamia and other settings. Yeah, no. It's like, so he basically tried to say that the plagues of Egypt aren't unique to Egyptian setting. Okay, well, let's. I mean, the fact is that Mesopotamia. I mean, we do have actual chronicles of Egyptian rivers, turning to blood, or something like it. So I don't know of some similar account in Mesopotamia. The sun turning black, again, not something you find in Mesopotamia. Frogs, maybe. Lice, maybe. Although Egypt had quite the problem with lice. Much more so than Mesopotamia did. Then that's because of the way Egyptian settlements were crowded together. Crowding leads to a lot more lice. As far as hail, well, hail got Egypt would get hail on occasion from the Swiss Alps. Okay, hail was actually Cairo today still even gets snow on occasion, snow and rain, because of the weather patterns coming off of an Arctic overflow over the Swiss Alps. I'm not aware of anything in Mesopotamia that's similar. So I'm not sure he's got really a leg to stand on there. The thing is, too, that almost all of those sort of plagues, yeah, Huddleston's a middleist. Well, that doesn't surprise me. All those plagues of Egypt are ones that coincide with annual flooding of the river. Okay, so you need sort of an inundation cycle for that all to happen. Mesopotamia doesn't have really an inundation cycle. There's a sort of a constant runoff that, while the river sort of swells a little and recedes a little, it doesn't flood in the same way that Egypt's Nile does. So, I mean, all I can say really without specifics on Huddleston is that I've kind of got. I mean, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced he's got a case here. So, But again, he's not. I mean, a lot of these sort of ideas. The fact is, too, even if you could make the claim, that the plagues of Egypt are not unique to Egypt, what about the things in the account that are unique to Egypt? Like the Netcheru, the river. Okay? That's what they called the Nile. What about Ianu, Heliopolis? That's a place unique to Egypt. Ramses, very Egyptian. Pithom, Egyptian. Things such as the collar of gold and the seal ring and the special clothing for the vizier, unique to Egypt. Pharaoh. I mean, of course, there's pharaohs all over the place, right? Mesopotamia has pharaohs. So, even if he's right that these plagues are not unique to Egypt, he has to cherry pick the data to drive it to a conclusion that this could happen anywhere, not just Egypt. He has to ignore every other feature of the text to arrive at the conclusion.
Basically, of the school, that a miracle has to be something that's never happened anyway. It's a unique event here and now that God did.
Well, he's a minimalist. So, because he's a minimalist, he doesn't think that it ever happened. So, if he's a minimalist, you get a pharaoh, and you get a pharaoh, and you get a pharaoh. Yeah, I mean, it's cherry picking. It's cherry picking. It's basically saying, well, we can scrub out that detail. Okay, because it could happen anywhere. I mean, another guy what's his name now? Can't remember his name. There's another guy who does this sort of thing too, a lot. He'll pick one detail and say it can happen anywhere. Therefore, the whole account is rubbish. It's a composition fallacy. It's a specific to generalist composition fallacy.
But if it happened elsewhere, doesn't it make it more likely it also happened in Egypt? It's more likely.
Well, that is one of the consequences, and then Mrs. Producer just pointed out that if it happened in one place, that doesn't disqualify it from happening in another place. So if these plagues did happen in Mesopotamia, that doesn't disqualify the fact that they could also happen in Egypt.
More likely.
Yeah. In fact, it would be more likely to be true because because you got precedence of it happening elsewhere.
That's what that whole wind set down did.
Yeah.
In adding evidence
to
the parting of the Red Sea.
Yeah.
1882.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was a fun find, the wind set down stuff. Yeah, exactly. So the fact is that just because even if it does happen in Mesopotamia, I'm not convinced it does. It just. So what? So what? It doesn't follow that it just.
So what?
Yeah. It's like. Yeah, it just becomes a composition fallacy. Great. Fantastic. Mama says, Doc, it sounds like this person could use a logical fallacies class. Half of biblical studies could use that. It's just pretty. It should be a requirement. I mean, frankly, we're just seeing the same sort of bad thinking crop up over and over and over again. So, yeah. But again, you have to take the narrow case and then blow it up to the general. And that becomes a composition fallacy at that point. So just because there's similar events, and that's assuming he's correct here, assuming he's correct that similar events can happen with the plagues in Mesopotamia, that doesn't discredit them also happening in Egypt. In fact, it provides evidence that it could have happened in Egypt because it happened in Mesopotamia. So it's just woolly thinking. It's woolly thinking. Something I've come to expect from a lot of minimalists these days, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's the final question we have for the night here. So I think we get to call it. Woohoo! All right, we want to thank everyone. Again, if you have the opportunity to buy our second book, please do so. And please leave a review. If you read some of our books, please leave reviews on Amazon. It really, really, really helps us. If you want to do anything for us, leave us book reviews on Amazon. We need those. And we want to thank all of you who basically contributed to this live stream through your super chats, or if you did a donation through PayPal. We really appreciate that too. And that helps us actually stretch our money even further because they take less of a bite out of that. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. You guys keep the equipment repaired, and we do really use that. We used one of those nukes that we talked about many weeks back for a recent testing of some software, so that was really helpful to us. We want to thank you for that. Could not have bought that without your help. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be with us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.